Welcome to another episode of Streaming Evilive. Welcome. I just said welcome, didn't I? Oh, wow. Again, I botch it. I always botch it. I botch it. No, this is exciting. This is what a milestone. We have reached 100 episodes of the Streaming Evilive channel. And yes, that includes a lot of, filler and kind of BS nonsense and whatnot, but we have officially done 100 episodes of this show. I'm feeling a little nostalgic. It feels like 2 decades ago, but it was really only 2 years ago, a little bit more than 2 years ago when we started, probably about 2 years and 3 months ago. And I just can't believe that we've actually reached 100. We've got quite the episode for you for 100, by the way. This is not a filler episode. This is going to be a good one, a real good one. And we're going to be talking about some history that we've sort of touched upon a little bit, but, not really. And frankly, part of the reason is because I'm not like, I think I'm more well-versed on the older stuff than I am on this stuff. And what better way to, dive through, explore, whatever you want to call it, this history than with a guy who was there for all of it. I mean, it's like the best way to do it. But yeah, so we're gonna bring him out in just a minute. He's waiting in our digital green room. I just again wanted to just wax for a minute on the fact that that we've been doing this for so long and that we have like such a wonderful little community of people. It's like a way station. Some people come, people go, they come back. We've even lost a few. I'm thinking about Chris Corkum. Shout out to Chris Corkum, RIP. Bo is well taken care of. Yeah, we just keep on doing it. It's very precious, very finite material that we have. So instead of doing it every week now, we do it from time to time, and we've sort of expanded into so many different avenues. We talk about so many different topics on the channel. By the way, if you enjoyed the Return of the Living Dead novelization, I have news for you. I got a hold of all 3 Mad Max novelizations, and so we're going to be doing all 3 Mad Max novelizations on the channel. So if you can't get a hold of, they're very hard to get a hold of. They're basically out of print. So if you are too lazy to read and you just want to casually listen to a guy stumble over the text and bumble and curse a little bit while he's reading, you've come to the right place. That we're going to do that on this channel. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. I've never read them. I don't know anything about I know a little bit, but I'm very excited myself. So it'll be some discovery for me as well. Let's start off the episode the most proper way with the theme song that we seldom use these days, but it's time. So we're gonna do that.
Jeff is gonna talk about the Misfits right now. He's a nerd about this stuff, obsessed anyhow. Jeff never shuts his face, always needs to talk. Might be some weight if he went out for a walk. Do you think Danzig cares? He doesn't care. He's out in Ranch.
Oh yeah, that's the way. That's how we do it. Let's bring out our guest. He's been waiting in the green room. He is oh god, what's the saying? Twice as large and just as ugly, something like that. I don't know. I'll have him correct me right now. He's gonna correct me as I bring him out. What is it? What is it?
Jimmy the Tank, twice as larger than life and twice as ugly.
Thank you. Larger than life, twice as ugly. We have the Atola.
Hang on. I screwed up my intro. I forgot that you put your glasses on, so I need to hang. Okay, now I'm ready.
Yes!
Let's do this.
Let me tell you something. I love it. We have Russell Casualty.
Show, right?
Listen, Russell Casualty does it. Mr. Jim did it once. It was really funny. And now we've added you to the list.
I just borrowed these from my 18-year-old son. That shows you how much class and style I've instilled into him. Right.
I love it.
Actually, they hurt my
it.
nose. They're stabbing.
Yeah, I bet they do. Those look like Paul Stanley glasses.
Yes.
They stab into you. Dude, let's also, since this is a anniversary episode of sorts, 100 streaming Evil Live shows.
That much stupid shit to talk about. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's funny because Steve Zing was at Steve Zing's in his basement. We were shooting the music video, and he goes, "How many are you gonna?" He's like, "How many are you gonna do? How long can you talk about it for? I mean, come on."
Really? Beating a dead horse here. Come on.
Yeah, come on. I mean, Jesus. How many times, it was just so funny. I was like, Steve, I'm gonna do it until I can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Let's give Tank a proper Danzig salute. Tank, be careful. This might be a little loud.
Okay, I think my daughter's awake now. I gotta go. Sorry. Thanks. It's been a good show, folks.
I forgot. Tank has a 7-month-old daughter at home who probably just got woken up from this din, this racket.
Nah, I've been locked in the basement. I'm relegated to the downstairs now.
It makes perfect sense.
Right.
I was just with Tank very recently.
Yeah.
We got to really sort of catch up at the Mahoning drive-in for how many mads was it? How many mads is it total?
4 Mad Maxes.
Okay, it's a Max.
2.
Max 2.
Right.
Yes.
The second time we've done this.
Right. And him and Faye, who the two of them, they organized this thing, and they asked me, they gave me the honor of conducting the Q&As with Vernon Wells, it really was an honor for me, and it was such a treat, and I want to thank you.
There was actually a mix-up. I thought Faye said T and A, and I was like, oh, that's Jeff. He'll love to do that. And then I realized, I got the first letter wrong. So I'm sorry that you got roped into that, really.
Oh, no. It was wonderful, and those will be on the channel real soon. And I will tell you, if you told me like 2 weeks ago that I would ask Vernon Wells one of the questions that I asked him, and Tank, you know what I'm talking about in that second Q&A. I never thought there would be a day where I would ask him a question like that, and I did, and it was hilarious.
Look at you now.
Look at me. I had to explain something to Vernon Wells. That was, I never thought I'd have to explain, and I did, and I thought I did the best job that I could. But it was a wonderful event, and you will see all about it. Keep your eyes peeled on this channel. In 2 weeks' time, it'll be on this channel. You're going to see some of Tank's incredible Mad Max collection, and costumes and things, and just some highlights from the Mahoning Drive-In. And maybe next time they do part 3, you will be inclined to check it out yourself, because again, what they do, it's very special. This is
the last 35 millimeter drive-in in America, and they show only 35 millimeter. There's no digital options, so every movie they get is actual full-on canisters of real film. It's pretty cool. Original. They're still using the original projectors from 1949.
Incredible. I didn't know that. I didn't know those facts. So, I mean, just last week they had Brian Usna for Reanimator and and Return of the Living Dead Part 3 and some other great stuff. Just spectacular. But listen, we're not here to talk about drive-ins.
No.
we're not here to talk about Mad Max. No? We're here to talk.
Which podcast is this? Am I in the wrong place?
I mean, come on. No, we are here today to continue our deep dive into Tank's history, his experiences as he worked for the Misfits. And he saw so much. Yes. Yeah. He saw so much, and his story is so great. The reason why I love his story so much is because he started off as just a really passionate fan and collector, and went from passionate fan and collector to tour manager, designing set stage stuff and, helping to run the show. And it's awesome. It's really, really awesome. And as I said before I brought Tank on, we don't know very much about this history, or at least we don't talk too much. We've done some Jerry's Kids episodes, but that's really just in Jerry's world. We haven't really, seen the whole. So it's good.
Yeah,
it's good.
I've seen it. It's scary.
He has seen it.
Yeah.
Where did we leave off last time exactly? We were in 1994, right?
It's funny. I just gave it a rewatch to pick up where we left off, and it was back in the mid-90s.
It was. So the Misfits, I think, were just forming. By the way, I see all the comments, guys, and if you have any questions, we will definitely try and incorporate them if they are relevant to our conversation. I see Michelle, I see Jody Von Ramon in the house. We have Mom is in the house. Mom Longoria, Trip Van Winkle is here. Pair of dice found. Magnon is here. We have.
Hey, I was just talking to him earlier.
Alex says the Misfits horse will never die and will continue to need beatings. That's great. That is great. And we got Dagger Love in the house. Dagger, how are you? Hope you're well. I hope Room Morgue makes an appearance. We need Room Morgue. We got Chris. Chris is here. Guys, I can't keep shouting everybody out because I'm just not. I told Tank we were going to stay on track, and this is going to be my fault if we don't. It's going to be my fault. So I'll try and flash stuff, but I'm going to stop talking. Right. Okay. We were talking. So the Misfits, before they were the Misfits, they were still kind of trying to do Christ the Conqueror, and there was a shift going back to using the name the Misfits. Let's just start there. We talked about your audition. You had auditioned for the band. How did you officially start tell us about the gradual sort of evolution of you working for them, starting to work for them officially?
Okay. Yeah. So I went up in November 94 with my first audition. And I think we knew after that first round that it wasn't going to work, although they were gracious enough to let me come back and, sing a few more times for whatever. But every time I came up, we were doing conventions. We were doing, there was one time, I think it was the second time I came up, I had built a couple model rockets because I knew that they were into model rockets. And I was like, oh man, I've got like all kinds of parts of them. I'll throw something together. So I designed, oh my God, this is scary. I designed a dual engine rocket. So it actually had like a central shaft and then wings, essentially, that each wing had an engine in it. So you needed two launch pads to fire this thing, which meant two controllers, two separate buttons. So you're launching two engines at once. And the thing about these like Estes rockets is they're literally like hit or miss. When you press the button, it can either fire or nothing could happen. So you're always tinkering with it and trying to get something. Is it connecting right? What's going on? So here we are. We're at on the football field of Vernon High School, which is now where my son's graduating there in like a couple of weeks. Wow, how did that happen? And we've got this rocket set up, and so Jerry is there, Jerry C or Jerry Other is there, Rocky is there, and I think JR was too young. We called him Baby Egg back then. He was just a newborn at that point, Rocky's son. So I think it was just like that little group of us, and it was cold. I remember it being really cold, and we're trying to get this thing to fire. Nothing's working, and finally one of the engines fires, and now instead of the rocket like taking off literally like a rocket, it's trying to go up two poles. It's like it's fighting it, and then it finally like clears the top of the poles and flips over because it's only got one side of propulsion and not the other, and it proceeds to chase me and Jerry around the freaking football field. We're literally like running for our lives from this rogue rocket chasing us down, and that later got Ken to build a 4-engine rocket, which actually worked a lot better, but that was our first thing. So like in the early days, it was like, I was coming up to audition, or there was a KISS convention that we appeared at.
Let's hold on. We need to. Oh, wait. Yeah, we need to. I'm pulling from time to time. I will try and interject to pull the car over for a minute. I have always wondered about this.
Pull this car over.
I am going to pull this car over right now. I have always wondered about this because I used to hear about, or I used to see things that about KISS conventions or doing a KISS convention. What led to that? Why a KISS convention? Is it because people used to sometimes call them the punk rock KISS? Like, what is?
I think if I remember correctly, Lou Vomero, who owned Music Man Records, who was in the very, very early days, like in the 80s, was in charge of the Doyle fan club. Like when you called the phone number, you were calling Music Man. I think he put on like some record conventions and this Kiss convention. And he's like, hey, you know, Jerry, hey, you guys should come down and you know, just anything he could do to get a draw.
Right.
This would have been like the second time. All right, talk about tangents. We need to back up a little bit here. So it's starting already. God. So Rocky and this other guy, Ray Fagnano, who we kind of referred to, he was like he was like MacGyver. They were building this styrofoam cemetery backdrop, a 3-dimensional backdrop that the band could take pictures in front of. So it was like a mound with all these tombstones sticking out of it, and then a couple of pillars with like gargoyles on top and some gates out front. And then we had like a painted backdrop that had a silhouette of like more mounds with tombstones on them, and then like a spooky sky in the background. So Ken and Ray were working on this thing. Ray hooked up something where he had a wire stretched out between 2 clamps, and then he hooked that up to a car battery. And that is now what we cut the styrofoam with, and it cut through like butter. It was genius.
That's awesome.
That's why we called him MacGyver. So we built this cemetery thing. I remember we had a spray gun, and I had to stand like 12 feet away from the pillars and the steps to spray gray paint. Somehow we mixed like gray and I forget. I deflect it we hit it with gray, and then I just stand like 12 feet away with the like gun shaking in my hand to speck it with black.
You need a texture.
Make it look like it was like marble or something like that. So the steps were done that way, the pillars were done that way, but it was all styrofoam. It looked pretty fucking legit. We actually had like tufts of grass coming out of the mound.
I've seen pictures of them. They looked great.
I still have the tombstone. There was my tombstone. It said Grimm with 1 M because Ken thought that Grimm with 2 M's would be Grimmum. And I did a little skull sculpture that I stuck on the top just because, you know, I was like, well, I have to have the coolest tombstone. But so we bring this thing to the Kiss convention, and we're bringing it in piece by piece, you know, a pillar under one arm and a mountain on the other. Like it obviously weighs nothing. And we got somebody, you know, other guys are helping us set this stuff up. And we set stuff down, including some steps. There was like steps that kind of went up to the gates. And we set the stuff down. We turn around to go get more. And we hear this crash, bang, boom. We're like, what the fuck? We turn around and some guy, like, who the fuck is this guy? Some guy is horns. Okay. Some guy.
Sorry. This is for Rue Morgue. Rue Morgue, one of our longest listeners, is here for the 100th episode. He was there at the very beginning. I just had to throw him horns. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I thought that was like a signal. Like, all right, you're.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. That's my
the Gong Show hook.
Go ahead.
There's this guy laying in the middle of the steps. The steps are now crushed, and he's laying in the middle of them. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Apparently, this guy, after we carried these steps in, like spinning them twirling them on our fingers, we set him down, and he's like, "Oh, hey, cool, look, steps," and he goes to walk up them. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What? Where were you going up these steps to nowhere? So
Stairway to Heaven, man.
Only at a Kiss convention, I swear. So we ended up having to glue the steps back together. Like now they're all cracked, but actually it actually ended up being a good thing because now the steps were cracked, like actual marble steps would have cracked over time. And now when we ran the smoke machine behind it, instead of like billowing up and pouring out the edges, it actually like came through the cracks. And we're like, way to go, rando guy. But you know,
what were the other guys? Did the other guys have a reaction that you could remember about that? Like, oh, this, any sort of reaction?
We were all pretty much like, yo, numbnuts. What the fuck? Like, where were you going? Those steps, 3 steps to nowhere, and you just full on like full body weight behind it, just went for it, like smash, and then fell because he's expecting to go up when he's going down. I kind of wish I had it on camera because that it would have been funny enough just to make it worth the whole debacle. So we're set up at this Kiss convention. Ace Frehley was there. There was Kiss Army or Kiss Nation or some cover band who wore all the makeup. They were amazing, by the way. They played there, but it was a small time operation. Weird. Okay. Interesting fact for collectors. This may have been, I think it was the first time we sold the Plan 9 skateboards to the public. So maybe it was the same weekend? I think it was the same weekend. We had stopped by Glenn's parents' house, 49 MacArthur, and Glenn's mom right away was like, "Oh, hey, I just made some lasagna. You want some lasagna?" We're like, "No, Mrs. Anselm, we're good. Thank you." Well, I got some apples today. You take some apples. We're like, oh my God, we couldn't leave without taking some food. So we left with a bag of apples. But she, sweet little old Italian lady. But she was like, there's a bunch of junk under my deck. Can you guys take a look at it and like maybe get it out of there for me? And we're like, sure, Mrs. A, whatever. So I literally like belly crawl under this wooden deck, and there's just these like long boxes, and I'm like, what is this stuff? I pop them open. They're full of skateboards. You want us to get rid of this stuff? They are full of Plan 9 skateboards. I'm talking coffin cut. I'm talking skull cut. I'm talking black. I'm talking purple. Evil Eye. Evil Never Dies. Oh my God. Cases of them. This is like, this was the ad that came out in Thrasher, whatever, 80, whatever. And it came out when I was a kid. I'm like, I don't have the money even for one of those, but God, I'd sure love, and here's all of them, including some, there was one variety that hadn't been released, maybe Evil Eye on the coffin cut or something that didn't quite fit right. So it ended up not being officially released. So I'm just like, okay. I'm handing these boxes off to Jerry to go load in the truck. I'm like, she wants us to get rid of them, right? And at one point Jerry's like, oh, okay, that's good enough. And I'm like, dude, shut up. So we load them in the back of Doyle's truck, which Doyle's truck back then was something to see. This was a massive full-size Bronco with the front grill was the same grill that they'd put on the old tow trucks, like for pushing other cars, with a big metal grill. And then he had cone spikes down the middle of the hood. It looked so fucking cool. So we fill up the back of his truck with these cases of Plan 9 skateboard. We didn't see any of the Samhain ones, just the Misfits ones. And so we get them to this convention, and Jerry's like, yeah, let's sell these. I don't know, $15. $15?
$15.
Oh my God. I mean, Jerry wasn't like, these are worth a lot of money. No, he wanted to just get them out to the fans. And kudos to him for that. Believe it or not, I might have sold one that day. Like nobody that was there, even though they were there to see the Misfits, like really grasped what these were, what the value of them were, how rare they were. So luckily, I was able to make a stack of one of each for myself, obviously. Jerry was adamant to make sure we hooked up, and this is a really cool that this is coming around right now, that we hooked up Elizabeth Boris. He wanted to make sure EVB got as close to a full set as we could. There was one, I think it was, Purple Evil Never Dies. We only got one, and it was a little marred. It actually had a scratch on it. So that went home with me. So Elizabeth got every one except that one.
Can we take a quick moment?
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for reminding me, because I thought about this. Elizabeth is honored and dedicated on another episode of this show, which has not aired yet and won't for some time, because I literally have hours to go through in order to like put it together. However, seeing that this is the 100th episode and seeing that we have Tank on, and that Tank also knew Elizabeth, we would very much like to officially dedicate this episode to her memory. Sure. Just a wonderful spirit. And I interviewed her about like her sort of like journey and experience with this stuff. She was so loved and celebrated in this community. and her story is properly documented. So even though she's not with us anymore, her words and her memories are properly, or at least some of them, at least, are
Good.
stored. And I hope people will see that someday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So just
she was
tip of the
really
hat.
she was an angel among us demons. Really absolute sweetheart, not a mean bone in her body. So she got and we'll talk more about her because there's a lot of, in the early days, there's a lot of history that with her and I. So she got almost a complete set. Then my buddy Steve Lucas, who we talked about a lot on the last episode,
Right.
He got a very close to complete set, and we all got one blank coffin, just a blank black coffin, and that's the one that I actually threw some trucks on, some red rails, and actually skated at Lansdowne in Maryland. It was an old 70s cement skate park that was just like abandoned.
Nice.
I skated on that until I flipped off the skateboard and separated my shoulder and never skated again. Yeah, you don't do that at 200 some odd pounds.
What a board! But what a board to do it on.
Right. Yeah, I love that board too. It skated great. There is Steve.
Steve is here,
man. Glad this is happening.
Here. Hi, Steve.
Too.
So let me hold on. Sorry, real quick, super quick. I'm sorry to cut you off. Super quick. And I probably will do this from time to time. What are the reactions to, I just real quick before we move on, because we're just going to keep going and going. What are the reactions of Jerry and Doyle to these skate decks under the deck initially when you're there? It's just like whatever to them, or they don't think
totally
of it as
whatever.
Anything?
Didn't really care. Wasn't on their radar at all. You know, and I'm trying to downplay it, but I'm like really like, ha ha, Dick Slider in the house. Oh my God. Dick Slider
in the house.
Yeah, Dick Slider, Darren was our tech at the Fiend Club gig that we did at the old 930 Club, the Gong Show.
Oh, nice.
Dave smashed the guitar on stage. Darren was the one that had that second guitar ready to go for Dave to take over. And speaking of resting in peace, Big Dave Smith. So I'm glad he said, wow, like the gang's all here. Where's Ruiz? We need Ruiz. And then Fiend Club's back in business.
Paging Ruiz.
Anthony Ruiz, as Lou Vomero used to call him. Okay, Ruiz. Darren is here, also Lansdowne Skate Park. Hell yeah, Baltimore, Maryland. So yeah, these skateboards. And okay, so jumping forward a little bit, but it's important to this these skateboards. The Misfits, whatever year, 90 something or another. We were on tour with Sick of It All and H2O. We hooked up for one night in Salt Lake City with Suicidal and Head PE. 5-band bill. The venue we were playing at was brand new, and I mean brand new. Like we showed up and there was wet paint signs. They were still painting the freaking place. So Head PE is playing. They're the first band to go on. I've got merch set up. Rocky comes over to me. He's like, Tank, try to do this like without anybody noticing, but I need you to take all the merch down, throw it in the boxes, get it locked away somewhere quickly and quietly, and then get on the stage. What? Apparently, the promoter did not hire EMTs because this is a paid event. There was some, like, you have to have an EMT on duty, like an ambulance on standby, something like that. At least in Salt Lake City. So the police were shutting the show down, and they were going to make the announcement after Head PE finished their set. And we needed to be on stage in case there was a riot. We had to protect the gear or whatever. Oh my God. So I start ripping all, if you can imagine all the Misfit shirts on the wall. I mean, how many, 20 shirts. And I'm ripping them all down. I'm ripping stickers and posters down, all this stuff, and throwing it in the boxes. And some guy's like, hey, where are you going? I'm like, we're not set up in the right place. I got to go hang this stuff somewhere. Like, what am I supposed to say? So I throw the shit in boxes, throw it on the hand truck. I get it upstairs into just some random room that I can lock. I lock the door and shut it. And then I get back down on the stage and I'm ready to tackle people as they come on the stage, whatever needed to be done. So the police made the announcement. The place is, the crowd is very upset, but then a local radio personality gets on the radio, on the stage rather. He's like, hey guys, listen, this is so-and-so from such and such station, and everybody's getting their money back. It's just, he calmed the crowd down. So there was no riot, although the full-on riot squad was out in the parking lot, like helicopters circling with spotlights and police with riot shields tapping their batons on the shield, marching through the park. Like, it was really, the shit was about to go down. And then I go upstairs, like, all right, who's got the key for this room? I just talked to the merchant there, and they're like, we don't know. So I kicked the fucking door down. Like, what else would you do? I kicked the door wide open. And it's so funny because my daughter was just in Disney like a week ago, and she texted me in the middle of the night, late at night, how do you break down a door? And I'm like, well, if you're asking the right guy, because I do that kind of shit. And she was just locked out of her room. She needed another key. So at that show, before that show, I went to dinner at some fast food joint before doors open, so go sell merch. And I'm hanging with, I can't remember his name, sorry guy, the owner of Dogtown Skates. He was on tour with Suicidal, and we get to talking somehow about those Plan 9 skateboards, and he's like, yeah, I made those. Dogtown made the decks and then shipped the blanks out to Glenn, where Glenn was going to have them silk screened locally, or he silk screened them himself, or whatever the case was. And I think I think, and I don't remember where I heard this. Maybe he told me. But I think the reason they didn't get released was Glenn was not happy with the color purple. And I don't mean the movie. I mean the color, the purple decks. They were more lavenderish. They weren't like an evil purple. So Glenn he silk screened them, but then he's probably like, nah, fuck this. And then they sat under his mother's deck. The deck's under the deck. So getting back to the story, yeah, we had those decks at the KISS convention, and nobody bought them at $15 a piece. Imagine going to some random convention and every it's such a likable every Plan 9 vintage classic deck laid out on the table with a $15 price tag.
Unreal.
Lose your mind kind of shit. And I couldn't move them. Might have been the wrong place, wrong time. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of those decks went to people like I said, Elizabeth, Steve. I traded some for some other stuff with people. Just gave them away as gifts. I still have the coffin deck, the one I used to skate, up in my attic 25 years later.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so those are, so how do we get on the deck?
I'm gonna bring you back around. I mean, this is what you could do. You just let him go. You wind him up, and he just goes. He's like one of those monkeys with the ting ting ting. Just, ting, ting.
No, like a barrel of monkeys. Like I had the hook arms.
Right, the hook arms. No, we were talking about the KISS convention, and they sold the decks, and I think that's so. I did not know that about Jerry. That he just, I mean, again, we talked about this in the last episode, but just carrying over on the theme of. When it comes to his fans, that guy just really always tries and does. He always does right by his fans in some way, shape, or form.
What do those things retail for in that Thrasher at $40-$50? I don't remember.
Yeah, even back then it was, and it really was not about. It's not about money. It's just about. It's about doing something nice for fans as well as his gregarious nature
and knowing the situation, knowing the situation, if I had pulled out any of the Samhain decks, which I would have lost my mind if I pulled out a coffin scarecrow beast deck. Oh, wow. He would have been like, no, put that back. He didn't want anything to do with that.
Right.
So,
now, okay, so you're at this KISS convention. Ace Frehley is there. The KISS tribute band performs.
Yeah.
And the theme here is it's an opportunity to say, hey, we're coming back, right? Isn't that overall, that's kind of like what we're sort of aiming at, even if we're not all together yet. Talk a little bit about that.
At this point,
right.
And every little point brings up more stories. Sorry, guys, I'm chock full of useless information. So Michael was there. Mike Emanuel, because that was his name back then. Michael Emanuel was there. His girlfriend Rachel was with him, and like he must have just started. Okay, wow, the stories are just coming back at me. Holy shit! So this weekend, that I'm pretty sure it was that same weekend, was the weekend I was driving the white van that the old man Kayafo used to use to deliver hay to his racehorses. So we had all the props and everything in there. So he was using my car, my little Toyota Tercel hatchback stick shift, like bare bones, car, which I kept spotless because it was like my first kind of newish car. And I get it back, and the ashtray is full of stogies, and my car reeks. I'm like, oh, come on. Oh, my God. So, yeah, Old Man Kayafo, he drank cognac and smoked cigars nonstop till the day he died. I think that's what kept him alive, actually, after they...
How old did he live to be? He was up there in years, right?
He was up there. I'm not sure, but he was definitely of a hardy stock, because he was a boxer in the Army. And there was a photograph in his office of him in his boxing days standing over somebody that he had just knocked out. And the caption underneath it in his office there at Congruent said something like that, tell me again about that raise you wanted. Something like that.
Who he went to high school with?
What's that?
You know who he went to high school with? Benson from Cardi Sugar Bowl. They were in the same grade at Lodi High School.
Okay, that adds up.
I did not know that.
Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So Gerald Kayafo, Jerry Kayafo Sr., the old man, knew he was very smart. Who knew? He would sit in physics classes for the final exam for his buddies, and he would take the final exam for them so they would pass physics. And there was Ken told me this story, Rocky, that one of his physics teachers once said, if a fly lands on the top of a skyscraper, does that skyscraper move? And everybody in the class was like, no way. And the teacher said, what are the laws of physics? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. If that skyscraper does not move, reality as we know it falls apart. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So yes, it does move. It's an immeasurable amount, but it does move. Anyway, sorry, tangents. So the old man who there's so many stories about him too. Oh my God. Knocking people out and jerking off horses and just kind of...
Wait, whoa. Hold on.
What?
Hold on a second.
Knocking people out? I can talk about knocking people out.
No. You just said, wait, what did you just say? Is that real? Is that true? Really?
Okay, so one of the things that the old man invested in after making literally millions at the original location of the machine shop in Paterson, New Jersey, which was a bad area back then. I work there now, and it's nothing like it was back in the 70s. That's what was that? Lean on Me was the movie. They used to call me Crazy Joe. Now they call me Batman.
Yeah.
That with Morgan Freeman. That movie was based on Paterson High School in that era. That's how bad that area was.
Great movie.
Yeah. So he moved the shop up to Vernon and bought a lot of property up here, which was this area is now booming. With the ski slopes and the water parks and all that kind of stuff. And another thing that he invested in was racehorses. He had owned a lot of racehorses. He would raise them and train them. The track that was behind Rocky's house was supposed to be a 1/4-mile track to train the horses on, but the fill they got was too rocky, so they never used it. We ended up racing dune buggies on it instead. But one of the things, I don't know how this came up in conversation. He would get certain horses to breed with each other to make better racehorses. And maybe it was Doyle talking to him about it. I don't remember the details, but I got the punchline though. He's like, well, what happens? What do you do if the horse isn't interested in mating?
Now it makes sense.
He's like, I got to get him started. And they were like, what? Oh my God, what do you mean? He's like, and his punchline was, what? You don't think I can do it? So if talk about dirty jobs, like, all right, let's get this horse going here. You want to mount over there. Oh man. But that's who Old Man he was no guff.
What a response,
Just
though. What, you
right.
don't think I could do it?
What, you don't
Like,
think I
it's
can
the
do it?
perfect response to
Not
something
like
like
ooh
that.
or yuck or yeah, you know, I have to. No, what, you don't think I can do it? Like
I
he didn't give a shit.
That's
Didn't give a
awesome.
shit. Yeah.
Awesome story. Thank you for
This is
sharing that.
this so Jerry, Doyle, and Ken's Rocky's cousin Joe, who I learned Kenny and I learned the pool business from. He used to work at the shop at Congruent, and he was typical Joe. He was fooling around with the old man one day and like throwing some punches at him. And so as the story goes, I was not there, but I heard it from a reliable source who was there, i.e. Kenny, says to me, so the old man, throws one shot, misses, Joe's still kind of playing around. Old man throws another shot, misses, Joe's kind of tapping this and that. Third shot comes around, connects, boom! Cousin Joe is laid out, unconscious, into a 55-gallon barrel of like little tiny parts that just go spilling all over the shop. And he is like done. One shot out. I don't know how long he was down, but when he came to, probably shortly thereafter, and they're helping him up, and he's dazed, and he's like, what happened? There's the old man with the stogie. You got knocked out.
Wow.
Classic. I mean, this was Old Man Kayafo. He was just, you didn't fuck with him. He wasn't a joker. He was straight up just boom.
Was that like the term for him, for anybody, Old Man Kayafo, or was it just Senior or just Gerald or?
I don't know. I might just be calling him Old Man Kayafo, but I do know the day he passed away, we went to a what do they call it? It was a fire department, local fire department fundraiser where they have a beefsteak. That's what it was. Thank you. And everybody in Vernon, that's all they were talking about that night was, oh, did you hear about, Old Man Kayafo passed away? Like everybody knew him. Everybody knew who he was, at least. So he was, I would imagine,
larger than life. He was a big,
yeah.
He was well-known.
Yeah. But they found cancer in him many years ago, and they didn't give him much time to live, and he just kept drinking his cognac and smoking his cigars, and I think that's what actually kept him going.
I think
a
you're
lot
right.
Longer than they expected.
It didn't shock his system if he had just stopped, right? Like it probably would have just hurt his system in some way, shape, or form. It would have just made him like not able to. But look, we were back. All right, now I'm pulling you back again. And now we were talking Michael Emanuel.
Yes. Okay.
Was
Michael
also Emanuel. But now who's drumming at this time? It was Chud. Chud was there in the group.
It was pretty much always Chud, regardless, even though he wasn't officially the drummer. He was just always there. And it was like, he was the logical guy. Other people came in and auditioned. Steve Lucas auditioned. Joel Galston auditioned, who was like a local kid who like wanted to promote shows until we called him Joel the Mole. We had a mole, we had a chipmunk, and we had a gopher. Yeah. Mark Kennedy was chipmunk, actually. That was his
Mark Kennedy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And some other guy. No, okay, it was Joel who asked for the nickname, and we called him Joel the Mole because we had Chipmunk and Gopher, who was some kid that used to come to the Trocadero in Philly. And so we called him Joel the Mole. I don't want to be too late. You asked for a nickname. It's stuck now. You have to take it. Joel the Mole. You're Joel the Mole. So
never ask for a nickname.
Never.
Remember, we talked about this. You never ask for a nickname. If you ask for a nickname, you're going to be careful what you wish for, because you're going to get a nickname. You might not like that nickname. Yeah. Nicknames have to be bestowed you earn a nickname based on something you do. If you jump really high, or if you, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head, you eat too many hot dogs, or you
jump too high.
If you vomit spaghetti, and maybe everybody start calling you spaghetti vomit. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it was always Tank, Grimm, Doyle. At least once called me Ox. Ken used to call me Bluto because I had the black beard. And Brutus. So there was a myriad of nicknames, but Tank was the only one that obviously stuck.
Rocky loves giving out nicknames.
He does. Oh yeah.
What's Rocky's nickname for me?
Did he give you one? I don't remember.
Yes, we were talking about this during the Mad Max thing.
Was I there? No,
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
It was Blue's Clues.
Blue's Clues.
Blue's Clues.
Were you wearing the
Yes.
striped shirt or something?
He
Like
just
Steve?
thought he referred to me as Blue's Clues. I didn't ask him to call me that, but I was Blue's Clues.
We had a manager before John Cafiero came on board.
Really?
Al, I forget his last name. He was just a hired gun from like LA, and he was a big Sopranos fan. And he's like, I want a New Jersey like a Goomba nickname like the Sopranos have. And you guys are Jersey guys. You got to give me a nickname. Okay, you're Brown Al. What? And and he was Hispanic. He's like, that sounds racist. I'm like, no. And Kenny was the one who came up with it. No, look at your shoes. Al always wore brown leather shoes. Always. That was like his MO. Look at your Brown Al. And he didn't like, but too late. You're Brown Al. You just asked for it.
Once it sticks, it sticks, I guess.
You're Brown Al.
You can't.
Yeah.
You don't ever ask for a nickname. Don't. Life advice here, kids.
Yes. Life advice. Blue's Clues over here.
Life advice. It's true. It's true. I
Michael Emanuel. Michael Emanuel.
Right. Yeah. Michael Emanuel. We were talking about him.
Trying to get back there. So all right. Ken and I were at, wasn't Lodi Pizza. It was, what's the other big pizza joint in Lodi? Pizza Town? Pizza Town.
Oh, Pizza Town's good.
Yeah. So it was Pizza Town. I remember he and I went there for a couple, I don't know what we were doing that night, but we went there for a couple slices. And this was before the day of cell phones. So he got on the payphone to call this Michael Emanuel guy that somebody recommended. Somebody from a studio said, hey, this kid can sing. You might want to give him a shout. So we called him, and I was with Ken when he left the first voicemail for Michael. Hey, this is Rocky from the Misfits. We'd like you to come up and audition. And the rest is obviously history. Michael didn't know the Misfits song. He was a Rancid fan. So anyway, Michael with his long brown hair at the time, still, I don't know if that was Bambi Slam era stuff or what. He was there that weekend, and I think that was the first time I saw him rehearse with the band. And I was working with him on he was singing with a microphone stand and kind of like leaning on it and hanging like, the mic stand's got to go. You are the connection between the band and the crowd. You need to be able to reach out, reach out to them and pull them in. And that mic stand is in your way. It's a crutch. So I got him to get rid of that. And I used to put a mirror. We had like a tall mirror. And I put it in front of him in the rehearsal room. And I'm like, look at how get a stance, I was working on his image basically, because I mean, you're coming from somebody who loved the band, emulated the band, looked like the band. Like I lived the band without actually being in the band.
Right.
And I'm like, we need to bring you around. It needs to come around. So I was working with him on the early days. So that same day that we got those decks, that night in the rehearsal space at the shop, Ken came walking in the room, and I don't know who brought it up. Maybe somebody brought it up, said, Michael's going to need a stage name. Like at this point, we were feeling pretty good. Like this guy can really sing. He should be in the band. And Ken, this is Ken's humor, by the way, very serious about what he was saying. Oh, we already have a stage name for him. It's Raphone. Come again? Yeah, it's Raphone. Like Mike Raphone, microphone. I'm like, oh, and he's like, he's standing by this. He's not like smiling. He's being very dead on serious. And I'm like, no. He needs like a spooky name that sounds like it could be a real name. Like I don't know, like Michael Graves.
Michael Cobwebs.
And Michael turns around and looks at me and goes, I'm going to be Michael Graves. There's my 15 minutes of fame, folks. Thank you very much. And
now, if you could help him out and get him a new name so that nobody recognizes Michael Graves, I think he'd be very, very grateful at this point. Right. So we need a new name.
Right.
It's a new name now. No, that's interesting though. Now here's the question. You said right now that you knew at this point that he was going to be the guy. Yeah. When I think about the chronology of the situation,
that word,
which is hard to pronounce. It's more hard
Words
to
are hard.
pronounce than you think. It's kind of a hard word to pronounce, and I kind of suck at pronouncing words. But so hold on one second though, because wasn't there was a time where he was like, is this the time where, yeah, he's the guy, but we're kind of still looking at, you know, Dave Vanian and Peter Steele? Or...
I don't think Dave Vanian was ever really on the table. The Peter Steele thing was very, like, talked about very early on, but Peter never expressed any like sincere interest. Be like, yeah, I don't. So the only, so again, this is all happening in that same era. The first two appearances the Misfits actually showed up and played in public was during intermission during a Typo Negative show at Roseland. Jerry, Doyle, Chud, and Michael came out to sing. And then that same night, we went to Coney Island High after Murphy's Law finished and played a set there. I don't remember specifically what happened at Roseland, but I know at Coney Island High, Michael sang the first half of the songs and Sal B sang the second half. That might have been for the simple fact that Michael didn't know all the songs yet. He didn't have them memorized. At the Roseland show, I remember. Wait, what? Chud sang something. Oh, okay. All right. Kenny from Typo, the guitarist, sang a couple of songs, and Michael sang a couple of songs, and that was about it. The Coney Island High thing was like an actual set where, Michael sang the first half and like Sal B sang the second half. And oh boy, this is a great Paulie B story. Fucking Paulie B on the very small venue. And I didn't know Jimmy Gestapo yet. We toured with him many years later, and I realized like every word out of his mouth is a fucking joke. He says, we're already there, like we're waiting for Murphy's Law to finish, and we're like, then we're gonna take over. And he says to the crowd, like, you know, nanny nanny boo boo, the Misfits aren't playing tonight, or something, you know, something like that. And I was like, what? You know, I'm ready to throw down with this guy. I think he's like talking trash. I didn't know he was joking. Sorry, Jimmy. Love you, bro. So we're doing our set. Michael's singing, and there's some girl standing on the side of the stage with her boyfriend. Like, she's not even out in the crowd. She's backstage, so she's like on the side, and she's like, she's like, fuck you. This isn't the Misfits. Where's Glenn? This sucks. She spits towards the band, and Paulie B's on Jerry's side of the stage. I'm on Doyle's side of the stage, kind of working security like we really needed. It was a tiny freaking place. But Paulie B, and this is so Paulie B, he turns around, doesn't even look at her. He looks at her boyfriend and says, she spits one more time, I'm punching you in the face. And Paulie B was like, he was barrel chested. He was a bulldog, former Marine. Like, you didn't want to tussle with him. The boyfriend like looked at the girlfriend like, I don't want to die tonight. Don't spit anymore. Don't spit anymore. And so she was doing her best punk rock thing. And of course, after the show's over, we're all backstage. There she is, like hanging with the band and like like, hey everybody, I'm like okay, you fake broad. But yes, oh my God, what a great Paulie B example. May he rest in peace as well.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
So forget about Dave Vanian for a minute, but
yeah.
But Peter Steele, Peter Steele's learning the songs from Michael Emanuel at some point, right? And then Pete Steele says, hey,
why don't you
Jerry, Jerry, this is your guy. When does that happen? Where does that happen?
I'm not exactly sure. I remember the Misfits doing like hanging with Typo Negative. We did a gig with them in Roseland. We hung with them in Poughkeepsie at the Chance. But I know Michael was a huge fan of Typo, and he used to do his Peter Steele impression like during sound. I'm really sorry you guys had to come here tonight and witness all this us playing here. Like, all right, cool. But I really don't know like the validity of we're gonna teach Peter Steele. Peter Steele, he had a band.
Right. I was trying to figure that out. You know what's funny too? I could have sworn, and again, look, you were there, I was not. But I could have sworn that even Graves himself has said as much in interviews, but I don't know. I just
Mm.
I was just trying to figure out where that fit
Right.
into all of this. In any
He
case,
I mean, Peter Steele, again, everybody, may he rest in peace. Great guy, but he would not have been the right fit. I mean, my
right,
voice is deep, his voice, like, it didn't work. Jerry and I tried it. It didn't work. Um,
right.
and but I think, was it the first time I met Peter? Maybe. Anyway, the night the box set was released, we were in the city at a record store. So like at midnight, I guess they opened the doors and like, hey, everybody, buy your Misfits Coffin box set. And Jerry was there, and Doyle was there without. He had the devil lock, but no makeup. That's one of the rare times you got to see him in this era without his makeup, his stage makeup. And Mr. Jim was there, and Frank was there, and I think even Bobby was there. I mean, it was a good turnout. But beforehand, we were across the street at a pizza party that we had hosted, and I forget what band was playing. And Peter Steele was upstairs with like a girlfriend or something, and between whatever band was that was playing, was some local kids. Peter Steele would shout out from upstairs, "What a 3-4! What a 3-4!" At the beginning of every song. I'm like, I like this guy. He's a fucking joker. But so Michael was there at the box set.
Wait,
signing as well.
At the box set signing, and so was Chud. And they were
Yeah.
Michael Graves and Dr. Chud are signing box sets.
I don't know if they signed them, but I mean, people probably wanted them signed, but they were there as like, we are the Misfits, or the history of the Misfits.
Right.
So they were pretty legit at that point, whatever the release date was for that.
That was later. That was like 2 years later or something, right?
Yeah,
that had
we
to have
hadn't
been a little
we
bit
weren't
later.
back on tour yet. I don't think. Because Doyle didn't do the makeup. He hadn't really invented it yet. So
right.
that was the only time I think I've seen him wear his Doyle leather vest that he owns, but he never. When we were doing the Jerry model, Bill Paquette, who sculpted the model, was commissioned, or was going to next be commissioned to sculpt the Doyle model, and Doyle wanted his model to come shirtless, but you had the option of putting together a resin leather vest, like in pieces, that would go on like a puzzle over him, so you could do them with or without the vest. But then the Doyle model never, for some reason, never happened. I don't know why.
So you're talking about that leather vest. That's the Doyle jacket with the Crimson Ghost back from like 80 to 83 or whatever. Or what's Graves' reaction once he finds out he's the singer of the Misfits?
I wasn't there when the official word was given to him, so I really can't say. I'm sure he was excited. I mean, it was here's a great gig. Hey, hand it to you. He was, like I said, his voice, it was just angelic. It was really, and he could write songs, clearly, as he proved.
He could write songs. They can't, something that is true. And he's written a lot of them since too. The guy does write songs. I'm
thinking back, in my dreams, I wanted to be the singer for the Misfits, but looking back and seeing how much pressure was put on these guys to now write some new material that lived up to the legendary name, and I'm like, I don't think I could handle that pressure. I'm not a steeped musician to where I can be like, well, the style that they wrote their songs in was X, so we're gonna do like an X and a Y sort of. No, I was not the right choice. Clearly, the guys made the right decision.
I think that what you just said about the pressure and having to write songs, I mean, all of that stuff is just, all of it is just a byproduct of the complication of using the name. That's what it really comes down to. Nobody, people would still make comparisons for sure. But if they had gone with the name like The Resurrected or Them or Dead Kings Rise or whatever, it would have been harder for sure. They wouldn't have gotten as many money guarantees. But I mean, basically anything that they would have done would have been valid in its own right without comparison, meaning that nobody would go, it can't be this, nobody would be questioning the validity of whatever was being done, because it's not the same name. It's, hey, quite clearly we are our own continuation of the thing, and we, are still doing our thing, but we're doing it in a slightly different way. Do you
They
remember?
did that. They called it Christ the Conqueror.
Right.
Where did they go?
Yeah. That says it all.
Remember Jerry describing to me if because when I first came on board, the court case hadn't been fully settled yet. But I remember seeing like these massive spreadsheets with like every Misfits song listed on it, and who wrote like what part, like who contributed. Like Glenn obviously did all the lyrics, but like maybe Jerry wrote the ba 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 part that started the song, or Mr. Jim threw a snare shot in there, whatever. Like so everybody got their fair share. But if Jerry was like, yeah, if we don't get the name back, we'll call ourselves them, and the first album we do will be a picture of the Xanthi Misfits, the little ants with the crazy faces, carrying. It'll be the Misfits in the famous Monsters font, but it'll be the Xanthi Misfits carrying Isfits away, and all that will be left would be them. That's where that was gonna go.
I think it's a really cool idea, to be honest with you. I thought that was what a great idea for a name, just them with like a exclamation point or something. I don't know.
The early concept artwork before they had a singer, their first album, they were going to do the Eighth Wonder of the World, and it was going to feature King Kong on the cover. So King Kong was going to be chained up behind the band playing. It was like an aerial shot looking down, and the singer in the drawing was the Crimson Ghost. The Crimson Ghost model that came out as the Jerry and Doyle set were supposed to be, and then the Crimson Ghost was just sculpted by some kid because it was much simpler sculpt. He came with a hand, two separate hands, but one of the hand options was him holding a microphone, like he was the guy singing as Jerry was playing the bass and Doyle would have been playing a guitar.
That's actually a really cool unused concept for the 90s era Misfits. The idea of like whoever is singing is just literally the Crimson Ghost, in the same way that people will sometimes do pictures. They always do Glenn, Jerry, Doyle, and a Crimson Ghost behind because there's so many drummers and nobody ever knows what to pick. So they just put a Crimson Ghost behind. And this is kind of like the inverse of that. I think that's actually really cool. That was
the
cool
first
idea.
Concept of using the Crimson Ghost on stage was going to be more like Eddie from Iron Maiden, to where he was like larger than life. And it was going to be Ken, which it ended up being Ken, down the road. Although, even though we sold 8x10s of the Crimson Ghost at the merch stand, Ken wouldn't admit, Rocky would not admit to being the Ghost. So if he ever autographed an 8x10, it was autographed by the Crimson Ghost. Although mine and I think somebody else's, he actually autographed Rocky. He's like, I don't normally do that.
Wow.
But the idea was it would be Rocky wearing kind of like the Talking Heads, the big suit from Stop Making Sense. Like, I don't know how this was going to work. But Rocky's going to be wearing like a helmet, like a motorcycle helmet that the Crimson Ghost's head was on top of. So like the eyes would be lit up or something like that. But so he'd be like that much taller, and there'd be like some shoulder padding. So when his head turned, like the Crimson Ghost, so that was like he was going to be a shtick, a gimmick of him running around. Luckily, that didn't quite work out. I don't think that would have been so cool, actually.
I do love seeing, from the video I've seen, I love all that stuff that gets added, though. There's a lot of really cool stuff that gets added in the 90s in terms of theatricality, and you start incorporating the stuff. But let's hold on. So Graves is now in the band, and you're good. There's were you on the tour, the European tour? Were you on the Green Hell tour bus?
No. Corey Fair, who owned and ran Souls Ablaze, who made the Misfits merchandise back in the mid-90s. He was like, they could either pay John Grimm to go and sell the merch, or Corey said, hey, I'll pay my own way, flights and everything. You don't need to pay me to do the merch, and I'll just handle the merch. And they were like, well, what should we do here? Gee, I wonder.
Right.
So yeah, that was Corey on that first tour.
What do you remember? You weren't on the tour, but what do you remember around that time? Scuttlebutt, or just the general vibe of like, okay, so the Misfits are back and they're doing shows. What's that like?
I remember around that time, Michael's girlfriend Rachel and I were like working together on getting the Fiend Club up and running. And she was tasked with the thankless job of we had this all the Doyle fan club names and addresses, and she was supposed to type them all into this laptop that we had gotten. And this was early days of any of this technology, and the laptop was just it was a horrendous brick of something to work with, and the software, if you can imagine, mid-90s was just like so clunky and difficult to like. It didn't do anything you wanted it to do. It wasn't just point and click and done. But I remember her telling me about the tour, like she didn't know what, like they're coming out to a Christ the Conqueror song, and I'm like, what? Christ the... ended up being Dr. Phibes, which okay, that later that made sense, but when she first told me, I'm like, what do you mean they're playing a Christ the Conqueror song? And I don't know who made these. It might have been Rocky, but there was a whole bunch of like backstage passes that have been printed out with different colors and then laminated to be handed out to people. Like backstage passes, it's just like a sticky pass you put on your chest with your name like handwritten on it. So Mark Kennedy ended up with a whole bunch of these, and I traded them one of the set of the Walk Among Us record labels, the unreleased ones, for a set of these weirdo backstage passes. But the biggest thing I remember about that tour is the driver. No, wait, was it? Yeah, it was a European tour bus driver that they called the Troll, and I never met this guy, so apparently he was a real character. So they all drew pictures of the Troll, and the one that Michael drew was he wrote 1-800 the Troll, like that was the phone number, that was the gimmick. And we hung these pictures up in the rehearsal space at the shop, but it didn't. I didn't know it said 1-800 the Troll. For years I thought it said I boo the Troll.
Right, I get it. The 800 looked like
I boo the Troll. So anyway, that's what I remember about that tour. Actually, is the Troll, this guy that I never freaking met. Yeah, is there anything to really talk about that tour?
Nothing. I just, from what I know, is just that it was a hard tour. They were on a big green bus that they called Green Hell, and they got sick, and Michael got kicked in the face.
It was Sal B that was like, this is not a tour bus, guys. This is,
right.
I don't know who set this up, but this is not a tour bus. Right.
Sal was with them, I think. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. I think Sardonica was on that tour. Yeah. Sardonica and a different, not the Peter Steele Sub-Zero, a different, like a hardcore Sub-Zero.
Now, Sal B had, before they had officially adopted Michael, like Sal B would just get up and he would sing with them.
I was there for some of the Sal B rehearsals.
Did he officially rehearse trying to be the singer as well at some point?
I don't know if it was official or not, but he was certainly up there, like maybe just to help them with their rehearsals.
Right.
He didn't have the look. I mean, great guy.
Sure.
But he didn't look like a member of the Misfits. But then again, when Michael came on board, he didn't look like one either. We had to work on that.
Right.
But Sal was around a lot, rehearsing, and then, like I said, singing at Coney Island High and stuff. And I remember him, about halfway through the set, like, "Hey, how would you like to hear some Misfits song sung by a bald guy?" And everybody's like, "Yeah, great." I'm like, "Okay, so now Sal's going to sing." I found that confusing because I wasn't always there, so I wasn't steeped in everything that was going on. But I'd come up every few weeks or once a month, or however often it was, depending on what was going on. I thought Michael was like, yeah, dude, he's the guy. He sings great. Why is Sal B still singing? Nothing against Sal, but I'm like, who is it? Which one is it? Why are we doing two? And it's like doing three drummers. Like, who does that? Oh, you're going to do that. That's right. That's right.
But, well, what that tells me, just from hearing that information, the conclusion I come to is that maybe they were just not completely fully set. They just weren't set on mic yet. They were still trying to figure all that stuff out, and they were, who knows? Honestly, who knows? That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
I was gonna just two things. One, we have to take a quick commercial break with our sponsor, and two, for those of you who might want to check it out, Sal B and I we used to do a cooking show at his house on Lodi, in Lodi on Grove Street, down the street from the old Kayafo compound.
Yeah.
And yes, on Grove Street. He doesn't live there anymore. He moved down to Florida from what I'm told. But you can check out any of those episodes. We did a Doyle episode that's pretty fun. You can no longer see the Graves and Chud for various different reasons. But the Doyle episode is still up, and that one's a lot of fun. I recommend everybody go check it out. When I was telling, I was on Doyle's tour bus with Sal, and I said, we were doing a thing, like I was like, okay, Doyle, can you just say just say like you're on Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B or something? And he just didn't want to do. He either didn't want to say it, or he just was like, he's like, I'll tell you what, can you just dub me in? And I'm like, what do you? I'm like what? But he's like, yeah, just dub me in, just say it. And I'm like, oh, that's great, that's great. So I was like, all aboard it. So he just goes like this, and I just spoke the words while I'm filming him, going, I'm Doyle, yeah, Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. And it was so funny. It was such a great. It was such a great.
So moment. Doyle.
God. Doyle was such a sport about it too. It was just like he was just so like honest. He's like, I don't want to say. He's like, can you just do it? And I was just thinking in my head, like, what a gag, what a funny gag. Dub me in, because in his mind, he's just like, yeah, you could just do that, right? So I'm like, yeah, sure. So I just literally. I just said, mouth it, mouth your words. And he's like, not even doing it in sync. You can watch it. The video is on the channel. Check that out.
Classic.
Let's take a quick commercial break here to talk about Riot Stickers. RiotStickers.com is the official sponsor of the Frumess channel. We go to Riot Stickers. Riot Stickers is a great place to go for all of your needs. We love Riot Stickers here. Look at these beautiful stickers. You can see they did this banner behind me. That's cool. The pins, yeah, they do good stuff. They do good stuff. He took my Moonface logo, which is from A Trip to the Moon, the first science fiction film. If you've never seen it, it's a great film that's perfectly in public domain. For copyright reasons, and printed up some great merch. So go to riotstickers.com, check it out. In the meantime, we're going to play a 60-second video.
Good. I have 60 seconds to pee.
You have 60 seconds to pee. Ready, set, go.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
How was that for timing?
That was so perfect.
I nailed it.
That was perfect. Perfect. That was perfect. Okay, so Michael's in the band. They've done the first tour. They're doing we have a question here from Dan. This is a good question just to start us back
Dan
off
better
real
have
quick.
a good question. Okay.
He says, Grimm, what do you have left in your collection? What couldn't you let go, if anything? That's something I'm kind of curious to know myself.
I never wanted to let any of it go, in all honesty. But as we spoke about, sorry, just my pillow here. When you get old, you got to sit with pillows behind you.
I have one too.
I didn't want to let any of it go. I didn't want to break the collection up, but eventually, I mean, I had to. But what did I keep? Misfits wise, I have one of each of the Ed Repka crew shirts. I have my crew jacket because it was kind of it has a tag, my name tag on it. It's kind of personal. Misfits wise, I know. I mean, as far as Danzig stuff goes, the one thing I kept was the skull that I won from the Faces Rocks competition, which is something we'll need to talk about. Gosh, I think that's about it.
Wow.
Yep.
Otherwise, guys, it's all gone. It's all good, but you can't like listen. That's a good thing. The crew jacket with your name. I mean, come on, how are you gonna let that go?
Yeah.
You gotta.
Yeah.
That's you got the skate deck that
I still
basically
have, I have
retired you.
the blank coffin skate deck that retired me. Yeah.
That retired you,
Left
and
me
you
on my
got
ass. Yeah.
yeah. And you know what's interesting too? You said you were talking before about how like you're talking about like uh, the idea of almost being singing for the band in some capacity.
Hmm.
You still got to you still got to have your Misfits adventure. Like
Oh,
all
yeah.
of it still happened. That's what's kind of cool is that like even if you didn't get that slot, you still got the Misfits experience, the full Misfits experience, a Misfits experience that frankly no one will ever have in that
Right.
kind of way when you think about it. So
I remember being in the car with Jerry, which was always scary. When he drove, it was like you held on for dear life. And we were driving and we're listening to in the early days, I remember him having a cassette copy of that Max's Kansas City 1979 Christmas show, unredubbed, and I'm like, how do I get a copy of that? Like, how do I ask for a copy of this without sounding like I'm a fanboy here? Unfortunately, that copy that he had, he lost. God only knows. Who knows? We may never hear it. But I remember
the undubbed stuff
ho.
exists. It exists.
Oh, good. Well,
It's out there.
the original tapes, like I said, that George baked, they were there. So, but I remember him saying, okay, so you're not going to be the singer. We're going to find something else for you to do. You're going to work with us. It just won't be in that capacity. And then I ended up just being the merch guy. So
right
in the early days in the conventions, like when we'd have like the Uric shirts, the Jerry and Doyle airbrushed, like the black and white airbrushed shirts where the Misfits logo on Jerry's shirt was blue and the one on Doyle was pink for some reason. We would sell those at conventions. We sold the Saber models. I was just around and helping with that stuff anyway. So it's like, well, here, just do this at the shows now on a much larger scale. So, and I was already there. Like we talked about last time, I was painting the models. I remember we brought the Jerry model to Chiller Theater and it won best of show? It won a blue ribbon for something. Best of it in its category, whatever the category was. So Jerry was very happy. Like, and I remember sitting down and having like looking very closely at his eyes. He took his glasses off, and I'm just like looking at his eyes so I could match the 3 different colors of blue in his eyes. So the model actually has 3 different blues to like make it exactly like him. I had a picture. I took a photo of his tattoo, and I did this freehand with some thin down paint on the model. I painted it on, and then I lightly airbrushed over it to make it look like it was in the skin. This model, I mean, it had the guitar strings on the bass. I remember. Okay, so this would have been when did? Oh my God, guys, there's so much stuff to talk about. Going to Chiller Theater Halloween '95, because Halloween '94 was when he and I met.
Is that when you guys met Cafiero?
Yes. Cafiero came to me and said, hey, I'm John Cafiero from Cheese TV, non-homogenized productions, Cheese TV. Can I just get Jerry to do a spot? And I was like, hey, Jerry, you want to talk to Jerry? Like, yeah, sure. Grab the mic. And I remember him saying, hey, this is King Rat. And I was like, there's another nickname. Interesting. And then like the rest, it's history, literally. But that I remember showing up the night before the convention started. I had the Jerry model painted. I had to do a mold of one of his fingers because there was an air bubble where the thumb was supposed to be. So I had to cast a thumb and replace it. I remember the base, which is the Crimson Ghost face, was sent down to me separately because Rocky sculpted the base. That was the first thing Rocky sculpted for the band, was the Crimson Ghost face that Jerry stands on, the Jerry model stands on, which the model was sculpted by Bill Paquette. I think Jerry sculpted his own base. Quite literally, like, wow, I believe so. So all those pieces came at me separately. I got the figure done that was all airbrushed up. I heard that I didn't know that Rocky was a sculptor. So Jerry said, yeah, Rocky sculpted this thing up. I'm actually pretty happy with it. I'm gonna send it down for you to paint, and it's I'm gonna stand on that. So I'm thinking, oh boy, this is going to be cheesy. The thing comes in the mail. It looks phenomenal. Like, I can't believe Rocky sculpted that. I'm a sculptor, Tank. I sculpt. So I painted that up, and I remember having, like, it was all done, and I kind of did it in more actual, not just black and white tones, but like actual bone tone. Oh, that's a thing. And then with a can of flat black spray paint, like way up in the air, just like psst, just like letting it kind of like
just
dust,
a smidge.
just like little time, like you wouldn't even notice the speckles until you got up close. And I was like, when you look at like clear photos of the original Crimson Ghost, it always had those speckles, and I wanted that. And I got that. But so I show up the night before Chiller Theater 1995, and I had already tried out for the WCW and knew that wasn't panning out. So this was my direction. This was going to be my gig. I get there. I'm rooming with Mike Stacks from Ugly Things. I'm rooming with Corey. Corey was there, but Corey and his girlfriend Lori, they had their own room. But there was like Doug Evil. Okay, I was rooming with Doug Evil, Mike Stacks, one other person, and me, all in the hotel room with 2 double beds. And as I hit the door, I'm handed Ken's next sculpture, the the pus head evil eye wall plaque, and said, "Here, can you paint this for tomorrow?" When the fuck am I supposed to sleep? So guess who didn't sleep that night? Yeah, this guy. So I don't know what I lined the bathtub with, but I remember having to prime this thing black in the bathtub, and that bathtub did not look good when I was done. I don't know if I bet charged extra for that room, but I stayed up all night dry brushing the stone and washing the blue around and I walked down the next morning, Jerry model done, because I think I had to finish the base. I think the first base I got was warped, so they gave me another one, so I finished that, and a finished evil eye plaque, and they were all like, oh my god, like I totally blew them away with this.
Feels good.
I was just gonna say it felt good. So that Evil Eye was the second plaque. Earth AD Ken sculpted first, so I must have done the Earth AD plaque and then the Jerry model. I did 2 Earth AD plaques. One that I painted according to the way it was colorized on Wolf's Blood, because that's actually like a full color version of it, as opposed to just the purple and green, like the Earth AD album cover. And then I got a commission. Some girl bought one from the Misfits at an in-store somewhere and said, could you paint this? And they're like, yeah, we'll send it down the tank. He'll paint it free of charge. I'm like, thanks a lot. So that one I airbrushed, and it was very different. I just kind of went with whatever direction I wanted to go in. And I don't know what became of that. I know who has the Evil Eye and the Earth AD ones, and maybe the Halloween one too, that didn't get released. But I don't know where that other painted one ended up. Regardless,
real quick, I just want to interject here. We are doing a Devil Lock pageant. We're calling it Devil Lock 2 Pagentifuge. And we did a previous Devil Lock pageant. That's right. We had people send in pictures of their Devil Locks, and we rated them 1 to 10 and awarded a winner. And currently I've already announced the second contest, and we have a bunch of submissions. But the reason for the holdup is that we might be making the contest even bigger and more epic. So if you have not already, it's going to be great. We're going to it's going to be something else. Make sure to send in your entries to videobusinessmedia@gmail.com. Check for the rules. Go to the Devil Lock 2 video that has all the rules in the description. That's on YouTube on this channel, and that will give you the full details. So send in your entries along with your skulls, because that's how we roll here.
It's sad that when I was in high school, cell phones were not a thing yet, because in 1989 I went from having bangs like Glenn did, Misfits era, Samhain era,
right,
and I went to Mike Stack's Ugly Things, one of the best publications ever in print. There you go. That I got my hair cut more like a flat top, but kind of Wolverine-ish, to where it was like longer in the back corner, so it kind of peaked up, and then it scooped forward in the front, and then my Devil Lock came down the middle, just a few inches past my chin, And then I dry shaved every morning. I took out a razor.
Oh my
and
Lord.
I shaved the Erie Von Widow's Peak into it, and then I did the black under my eyes like Jerry. Dude, that looked sick. But there's no pictures of it.
Oh,
No
that's
pictures
a
of it in
shame.
that era. There are later pictures of when like my hair was longer, so it's like pulled back and there's like actually a small ponytail. But that actual bat wing flat top thing, like, dude, that
It helps if you have a widow's peak. I have a natural widow's peak, so I naturally have out. And about a year ago, I
Yeah.
actually had. I used to shave the sides of my head, and for like most of 2020, I actually did have a devil lock. I didn't even mean to have one. I just kind of did. It was just the way that I had cut my hair, and it was just kind of cool.
Okay,
Yeah, it definitely devil lock happened for sure.
Yeah, that dry shaving that widow's peak just made what a difference.
I
It
agree.
really sold it. Yeah.
You know, I could have up to 12 people on here. You should be
Mike
a judge.
Landerman, Lord Humungus should be the judge.
I agree. I'm gonna bother you about that in the future. We'll get you on here to be rating devil locks. If anybody is qualified to be rating a devil, I don't do any of the judging. I just host it. I have a panel of judges. That's how we did it last time. So
East Coast Tour 96. For some reason, I don't know why, Michael just started randomly dedicating the song Devil Lock to me. I thought it was really cool. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I was ready to get a Devil Lock tattoo. I thought that was so cool. It was just for whatever reason, like this one's for Johnny Grimm. Devil Lock. Yep.
That's great.
Rate my Devil Lock.
That's great. Jody Von Ramon wants you to rate his Devil Lock. Let me ask you about this. This is a legendary story that you actually were the eyewitness for. So going back to that in-between time when Graves is not 100% the guy yet, or at some point after the settlement of everything, which reminds me, you mentioned that spreadsheet where everything is carved up. That's insane. Yeah. They had itemized every single little thing in order to
every song broken down, who played what instrument, but also like who might have contributed to this or that, to the bridge or the this or the intro, the outro music,
right? Because because it's not properly documented. It becomes almost like, you have to like sort of guesstimate how they came together.
And I for some reason that spreadsheet reminds me, like maybe I was going over that spreadsheet in the rehearsal room when I was working on one of the things that Jerry wanted to offer was, if you guys remember the boots that he's wearing on the cover of Walk Among Us.
Yeah.
And they're in a lot of the vintage photos. Those engineer boots actually belonged to Sid Vicious originally. Sid's mother gave them to Jerry. They were a Nasty Feet brand, just for those who want to know. Which I think Nasty Feet actually has a pocket on the side for like a pack of cigarettes, of all things.
Wow.
But Jerry added all this leather to make them what they were. I mean, he still wore them, again, East Coast Tour 96 in the early days. He was still wearing those after the reunion. They were in I used to have to help him, like yank them off his feet every night. They didn't fit. But he wanted to mass produce those boots to some extent. So I had to make a template of the variety of leather pieces without taking the boots apart. So I'm like wrapping poster board around this thing and tracing, and I'm cutting that and I'm laying out, and I'm doing this on the floor in the rehearsal room, and some random guy I'd never met before, didn't know who he was, comes walking in and just kind of sits down, and we start chatting. He was pretty much bald, like maybe very, 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 very short and thin, like crew cut, flat topish kind of thing, barrel chested, kind of a burly guy. And I'm telling him about what I'm doing and pulling the leather template off and marking where all the spikes are and what sizes they are, so we can exact replica. This was my future of cosplay. Who knew? This is where it all began. Doing exact replicas. And he's talking about like, yeah, I remember like back in the day, these guys just used to like give me stacks of the 7-inch records, and I didn't know what to do with them, so I just like gave them away to people. And I'm like, okay, clearly you're somebody, but I don't know who. And then nice guy, the conversation, whichever way it went, then he left. And then maybe later, I don't know, somehow I found out that was Paulie B. Oh shit! I was just talking to fucking Paulie B. Oh my god! And you know why? Everybody knows the show where Jerry says fucking Paulie B. What happened? One Jerry, I heard this from the source. What happened was Jerry had a wireless rig once he got it, and whatever show that was, he jumped down in the crowd during the song and ran around in the pit playing his bass. And when the song was over, there's Paulie B, who was just working security for the guys. I don't know. I might have actually been on tour with him, or it might have been a local gig. Sitting at the front of the stage, he grabs the bass in one hand, grabs Jerry, the collar of his leather vest in the other hand, and one-handed lifts him up onto the stage. And Jerry's like, whoa. And he goes over to the mic and he's like, fucking Paulie B. Like, dude was a fucking bulldog.
Really? I mean, how much does Jerry weigh at that? He's got to be over 200 pounds of like muscle, right?
Doyle was always just under 200. He was leaner. So Jerry was probably like just over 200. I mean, still, wow. 200 pounds one-handed to do anything with is like, dude, that's no joke.
That's no joke.
So yeah, so when Paulie said to the guy, she spits one more time, I'm punching you in the face, he was like, I don't want to know nothing about that. So that was Paulie B. I'm sitting here chatting with Paulie B. I had no idea it was him. So thank God. I mean, he was on the East Coast tour 96 with us. Again, kind of a quiet guy, but just so basic and easy, and like got along with everybody, and wonderful man. Anyway, what were we talking?
Let me ask you this. No, what I was going to ask you was back in this time, after, we were talking about after the lawsuit, Jerry and Doyle decide to go and ask Danzig to be back in the band, and you were there for that. Now, here's one thing I don't understand. So what? So Jerry and Doyle are talking or something, and like, well, we have to try and get Glenn back in the band, or did they know that he wasn't going to do it? What led to, what was the motivation behind doing this? Why?
I'm sure they knew. I think everybody knew that Glenn was not going to do it. Part of the settlement was Glenn had to approve things that they were putting out. And they were working with Doug Evil at the time, so there's like some Doug Evil style cartoony things that they were wanting to make some posters or something. So that's where the infamous day happened, where somehow we find out that Glenn is staying in the city, staying at a hotel in the city for a Danzig show, and he's got a couple days off around the time. That was the same weekend, I do believe, of going to see his mom and getting the skateboards. Because I believe we mentioned to his mother, like, yeah, we heard Glenn's in town. And she's like, what? Oh, he hasn't called. He hasn't come to visit. Like, wow, really? Anyway, so we find out what hotel he's in. Jerry, Doyle, and Rocky go into the hotel. And we're again in Doyle's massive Bronco. This thing was freaking amazing. I'm parked across the street in downtown Manhattan, where there is no parking. It's like 30-second parking, and you're out, or you get the freaking boot. So we pop open the hood, and I'm climbed up on this massive tow truck grill, looking around under the hood. So if the cops come and be like, "Hey, I can't get it to start. You'll just bear with me. I'm trying to sort this out, so I can kill time while the guys are inside." And worst case scenario, Doyle's like, "Yeah, if you have to move it, don't use first gear." How am I supposed to get going? He's like, first gear is like granny gear. That's what he calls it, granny gear. Because that's for like hauling really heavy shit. Like just your normal start and go gear is second gear. I'm like, oh, good to know. Anyway, so they go inside the hotel and they're like, yeah, we're here to see Mr. Danzig. And the guy at the front desk is like, I can't just send you up. I'll have to call him. So he calls the room number, and Doyle's like looking over the counter, and he sees what number he dials. So Glenn says, no visitors. And the guy's like, I'm sorry, he's not taking it. And they're like, oh, okay, no problem. So they leave, and Doyle heads right to the freaking elevator and hops in, and he goes, and so he's got this. So Jerry and Rocky are down in the because we figured if Glenn was going to answer the door for anybody, it was going to be Doyle. for whatever
Why?
reason. Like it wasn't going to be, it was going to be Doyle. Doyle was going to be the guy that Glenn was like, all right, I'll talk to you. So Doyle goes with the poster and the whatever stuff we had to get him to approve, goes up to that room and knocks on the door. And Doyle sees the little eye hole, which was lit up, like go dark. And then so Doyle's like, Glenn, it's me. Come on, open up. He's like, come on. He sees the shadow of the feet like under the door. And Glenn, come on. He wouldn't open the door. So they come back down. It's a bus. We all get back in the truck. Now we're headed to the lawyer's office that they had for the whole case. This is so stupid. There was a tradition. The lawyer's office was like on whatever floor of this office building in downtown Manhattan. On the 12th floor, on the way up, was like NFL headquarters. So if you can imagine, in 1995, I guess, the NFL divisions were all screwed up. If you know anything about football, what divisions teams were in didn't make any sense. So tradition was started where we'd get to the 12th floor, and like the entire floor was the offices for the NFL. It wasn't like you walked through some hallway and found it was the whole floor. We deliberately stop on the 12th floor. The doors would open. We would all shout, realign the divisions. And then the doors would shut and we'd keep going up. And eventually we did that enough. They're like, oh my God, these fucking guys. Let's realign the division so they can stop screaming at us. And they did. Now they make more sense. That's all thanks to the Misfits. The Misfits NFL sort of, mixture there. So we go up to whatever the top, whatever floor it was to go see the lawyer. And we're in like a big meeting room, big long table. And we're supposed to meet with a rep from Blue Grape who wanted to pick up the merchandising from Souls Ablaze and like make it, bigger production. And so we're sitting there, we're joking around, talking to the lawyer about what just happened. And then the rep from Blue Grape comes walking in, not like an hour after we were at the hotel. First words out of his mouth. So, I heard you stop by Glenn's hotel. What? What? And so the guy, he's like, I gotta know, like, how did you guys know where to find him? And Rocky goes, oh, yeah, and anything you want to know around the city, you just ask Jimmy the Tank Pajullo of Brooklyn, he'll tell you. And that was the origins of Jimmy the Tank. Jimmy the Tank Pajullo, not, and this was very important, not of Brooklyn, Brooklyn. And I became Jimmy the Tank.
Now, question: this guy from, what'd you call it? What was it?
Blue Grape.
Was that Robert?
No, I don't think so. No,
it was not Robert. But I believe he worked for them later.
I'm pretty sure it was not Robert. I got to know Robert many years later. I'm pretty sure that wasn't him.
Right. So tell me about so here's the thing. Jerry starts working with Caroline Records because Glenn was working with Caroline Records, and Caroline Records was involved in the settlement and whatnot. Is that how Jerry first starts working with Caroline? Caroline,
with the court case decided, okay, this is who's due what now,
right?
And this is who is going to get what moving forward. And Caroline Records is going to be the ones responsible for divvying that money up to where it needs to go. I forget who the rep was that we worked with. He was at the in-store the night of the coffin set release, the coffin box set. But he was like their guy at Caroline. So
you remember seeing Googie?
The court case.
Did you see Googie at the box set?
The only time I ever saw Googie was one of the times, I think it was the time the Misfits played the WWF venue in the city on Halloween. He came down for sound check and tried to play, I think it was Die Die My Darling, and fucked it up. And Jerry was like, okay, thanks anyway. Thanks, Goog. We'll see you later. He was supposed to play with us, just like a couple songs that I need. He couldn't do it.
Well, you must have been excited for it.
I was. I didn't know he was coming. I would have been more prepared. I would have had him, sign something for me. But he kind of came and went, like, gone. And I was like, oh, crap. Okay. Let me know.
Before the box set came out, there was like a bunch of stuff. There was going to be a Teenagers from Mars single, the Blue Christmas. Tell me about all those.
Okay. So yeah, the Max's Kansas City redub album was supposed to happen. We even made the shirt for it. Basil Gogos did the artwork. That never happened. Jerry was going to do, I had forgotten about this until you just said it. Colored vinyl 7 inches of Teenagers from Mars, like 4 different colors in a like the same record in a box set 4 times. Like, okay, but I'm a fan. I'm gonna buy it no matter how.
Now that makes sense, but back then that must have seemed crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, why? Well, the same record for it to why? I remember actually talking to a local record shop and like pre-ordering that. That's how close it was to like this was actually going to be a thing. And then it got canned for whatever. Jerry put in a bid to do the soundtrack for Mars Attacks. He sent in 1 or 2, like maybe a couple of the Coffin box sets, and he wrote a little letter like, "Hey, as a kid, I collected these cards. Like this was where it was at for me. I later, got started was in a horror punk band. You might have heard of us. Here's our collection." And then I think all we ever heard back was crickets. Nothing ever became of it.
But Jerry was always, for some reason, it seems from, retroactively looking back on this, Jerry always was, that's something that was a stake that Jerry was chasing for a long time. He was always trying to get a song on a soundtrack because he probably felt that was the way to opening up to mainstream success. He wanted to get Scream 2, Mars Attacks, Forbidden Zone on, Lost in Space, the Lost in Space soundtrack. And the last one was Planet of the Apes, Forbidden Zone.
Right.
And it just seemed like, go ahead.
Planet of the Apes, Forbidden Zone. Wasaba Sayamaka. Uterave Rama Kong. We played a show somewhere in Florida. I remember the venue pretty well because I busted my shin open really badly that night. And they wanted to, we were not allowed to use, like Turner owned the rights to King Kong. They would not allow us to sample that little speech that the guy gives before they unveil Kong. So we're like, well, fuck it. We'll record it ourselves. Tank's got a good voice. He'll do it. So this is so freaking. They wanted to get me like in the headspace in this bar / venue. Chud's got all his recording gear there. They've actually, I think we had cotton in my mouth to like change the way I was talking a little bit. And they had me holding a flashlight like it was a torch. Cause I remember maybe the guy holds a torch in the scene, and they gave me the lines. And I remember Jerry working with me because he had worked like with his vocal coach. And he's like, the word Kong, it needs to be Kong. Like that you have to like, there's an N and a G in there and you need to hit them separately. And so it was, Uterave Rama Kong. Like there was a hard G at the end of that. And I don't remember all the words, but we recorded it. We took multiple takes. We sent it to Roadrunner. And then they were like, nah, we're not going to use it. I was like, son of a bitch. Really?
Almost was on the record.
I was almost famous. Almost famous.
So wait, where we just got, so what we were talking about. Jerry was always trying to get songs on soundtracks, right. But going back even before that, the notion of trying to get this stuff out on Caroline before everything else. Because at the same time as the Misfits are coming back, Jerry's working with Caroline in a variety of capacities, right? To like, with the lyrics, him and Mark Kennedy are trying to figure out Glenn's lyrics. If you could speak to that, go ahead. Talk about that.
Wow. One of the first things Jerry and I ever worked on together was the day that I met Rocky. Okay, this would have been November 94. I had the dream about Rocky the night before, which was part of it was really weirdly accurate. But we go over to Rocky's house I meet him for the first time. I meet little JR. We called Baby Egg. He's now, a stock exchange guy. Like, holy crap. But we were working on, I remember we had the Eighth Wonder of the World artwork at Kenny's dining room table downstairs. And Jerry and I were working on the lyrics that we were going to get. We were compiling all that we could. We had Mark Kennedy's version, like everything printed out. And then in red pen, we were changing things that we knew for sure were different than what was printed. And we had a boombox there at Kenny's table and a tape. And we play it and rewind it and play it and rewind it and play it. And I think he's saying this there. And I remember the line in Teenagers from Mars when Jerry said, "Oh, I know for sure Glenn is saying we don't need no visas or carte blanche." And being of the era that I was born in, I remember carte blanche being like a credit card from back in the day that didn't take off like Visa and MasterCard did. And I was like, oh my God. I as soon as I got home from that trip, I called Mark Kennedy. I got his answering machine, and I recited the line, "We don't need no visas or carte blanche." And he called me back, and he's like, "You're fucking kidding me." I'm like, that's the line. Jerry and I listened to Who Killed Marilyn, and we tried to figure those lines out. Nobody knows. The X, the H, the at, like, what? So we put together the best version that we could of the lyrics, sent it to Caroline for Glenn to go through and do his final changes on. Purportedly, from what I heard, Glenn came to the Caroline offices, took the red pen, and started actually working on it. And then for some reason, threw the pen down and said, "I don't have to do anything I don't want to do," and stormed out of the office. And that was the last anybody ever heard of it.
At Caroline. At
the Caroline, that from what I've heard, again, from pretty reasonable sources, reliable sources, I would imagine this is probably true. Although we do know that Glenn put out his lyric book years later, so I wonder if maybe he had a plan in mind, like, why am I doing this for them when I should just do this for myself? I don't know. I don't know why, but that's what I was told. He said, "I don't have to do anything I don't want to do," and he stormed out. And I remember that was around the same time that Collection 2 came out. And yeah, I just hearing the Samhain versions of Mephisto Waltz and the Cough Cool, I'm like, huh? Why is this on Collection? What Misfits? No, what? Anyway, yeah. So I sent Caroline a list of questions in the 89, 90-ish era, saying, "Hey, I'm doing yet again another Misfits discography for whatever magazine. I probably made some shit up because I just had questions I wanted answers to," and they fucking wrote back. I don't know who it was that wrote back, but somebody actually wrote back. I don't remember what all my questions were. I kind of wish I still had the sheet. But I remember Big Dave and I, like, in my car driving somewhere, and he like opened up. He's like, "Oh my God, they actually wrote, all the answers." I think I wrote them down and like left space for them to fill in, and they fucking mailed it back. One of the questions I had was, I'll see one copy of Legacy Brutality with the inner sleeve being a white paper sleeve, and another copy it's like clear plastic. Why is there a difference? And they said that's simply whatever's available at the plant that day is what it got. I'm like, oh, I thought maybe I'd hit a gold mine information. It's like, nope, it's whatever's there. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so when you're saying this, and I'm like, listen, when I'm hearing you talk about like Glenn storming out like that,
yeah,
two things. One, it's my understanding that he really hated Collection 2. He really was unhappy with the cover. That's right. And he was not happy with a lot of the Caroline releases at that time. Number one. Number two, I think we got Crazy White Boy in the house. How you doing, Crazy White Boy? Yes, the collections are a mess. I agree. Number two, I think that bottom line, I think it comes down to Mystique. He's just sitting there, just like answering all this stuff. And maybe he has, and again, I'm just speculating, people. I don't know any of these. This is just my surmisation hearing Tank talk. Maybe he's just going, fuck it. Why am I giving them all the answers? I don't want to, which leads me to this question for you, Tank. Is it maggots in the iron lung, or is it maggots in the eye of love? What do you think?
Don't know.
What do you personally think?
Don't know.
Yeah, but what do you think?
I've probably sung it both ways many times. I don't know.
Why would he say there's some kind of love, there's some kind of hate, and then use eye of love? I feel like it would have to be iron lung, because he's not going to use love twice like that so quickly. But I don't know. Someone once asked Doyle on Instagram, and his response was the best. He just said, I play guitar, but he didn't spell guitar. He spelled guitar as GTR. Yep. I play guitar. That's it.
Right. Yep. Thank you, Doyle. Thank you. That was a lot from him. He's I fucking love that guy.
I think that's hilarious. That was the response.
Yep. Doyle's sense of humor is just so unusual. I fucking love it.
A lot of people are weighing in now. Sad Boy says it's iron lung. Dagger Love thinks it's eye of love. And Winston says that's why I still say iron lung. And I think he's referring to the love thing. But so this is very interesting. I didn't know that Glenn had because I was about to say, because a lot of people give the lyrics, the Misfits box set, a lot of people give it shit and they're like, oh, these lyrics, they're not correct. And I always try and just say, hey, Mark Kennedy, and I'd never actually, I'll be honest, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you had such involvement in that. I always just say Mark Kennedy. I say Mark Kennedy tried his best, like that. You guys,
Mark Kennedy
just tried your best.
He did all the legwork, and then once he compiled everything that he possibly could, he handed it off to Jerry and I for the finishing touches. So yeah, that mega hats off to Mark for all that.
Yeah. So I mean, look, it's half of that stuff, and then yes, Glenn did release 2 sets of lyrics books. But here's what's interesting, and they're depending on who you talk to. Some people think that some of those lyrics might not even be 100% accurate either, because it's just Glenn, trying to remember. I mean, Glenn had to go online to figure out, certain lyrics himself. He doesn't know, he doesn't remember these things, definitely in some way, shape, or form. So it's doing the lyrics books. They might, who knows if those are even 100%.
Well, having seen a couple of the Misfits reunion shows, I can tell you Glenn doesn't remember the lyrics.
Yeah. But he's the author, so it's just fuck you. I say what the lyrics are to him in his
whatever
mind,
I want them to be is what they are.
Right. Yeah. And so that's just what it is. It's there's that refrain at the end of there's the refrain at the end of whatchamacallit, Astro Zombies. There's nothing there, but there used to be here come the da 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 da. Yeah, you're singing something. Right. And he changes it. He used to change it all the time, and it just was whatever. And the lyrics were very fluid. And that dude just, doesn't care about history, doesn't really want to give people answers. It all fits for him, right? Who cares? Who cares if who cares if it's not, it's whatever, in that kind of way.
Right.
So Mystique, as Dagger is saying, exactly. It's just Mystique.
Yeah. And a lot of the reason why this band is as big as it is because of Mystique.
Yeah.
None of us saw them back in the day. So it's all hearsay, it's all legend, it's all Mystique.
Jody says, here comes the Astro Zombies, and here come the Astro Zombies, they're gonna rip up your face. That fits. That kind of fits. I don't know Jody, where did you get that from? It's pretty cool. I like it. So Jerry's putting together these, he's trying to put together these releases. None of them are flying. None of them are coming out. Why?
There was a Mars Attack 7-inch was supposed to come out. I don't know whatever happened to that. It didn't happen.
Damn.
Yep.
It just didn't stick, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the band, they go out. I know that there's another European tour after the box. There's a box set signing. They do a European tour. I guess we should just jump into American Psycho.
Okay.
How does American Psycho come about? Obviously, they're taking riffs from Christ the Conqueror and repurposing some of them for those songs. What's going on?
The only riff that I can say for sure was Christ the Conqueror was Fives, and then later Calling at the Gates was from Christ the Conqueror. But I do know they all wrote songs and they just like threw them into the kitty and played them, and then it got whittled down to what was actually ended up on the album, which I think is kind of actually how an album usually is put together. You weed out the weak stuff and you stick with the winners. I do know that Walk Among Us was not originally Walk Among Us.
Ooh.
If you think of the chorus, where it says Walk Among Us, the original chorus was, any guesses? You're not gonna get it. It was Brontosaurus.
What?
It was Brontosaurus.
What? Why? How? Explain.
Michael and Chud worked on that one, and I think it was Chud that told me it was originally Brontosaurus, and they changed it to Walk Among Us.
People, when you're writing a song, sometimes you just put something in for the melody, even if it's not the proper placeholder. That's probably, I could imagine it's like, we don't know what goes here, but we're just singing Brontosaurus. Although it's amazing how Brontosaurus, it's a brilliant metamorphosis. Hey, why don't we say Walk Among Us? Because there's a Misfits album called Walk Among Us. It works. It totally works. That was a good move.
Yep.
On their part.
Yep.
Were you around for the recording of the album?
Not the recording of it. What that came out, 99?
96 or 97.
No, we did a couple of tours. So it came out pretty early, but I know we did a European tour, the East Coast tour 96, the fall tour 96. There was some touring that was happening prior to the release of American Psycho, where we just played
97. It came out in 97,
97.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. And
so are they getting songs? Are songs in 96 though? I do know, I remember there was a boot called The Shocking Return of the Misfits, and there's 3 new songs on it, or at the time. It was like The Hunger, Blacklight, and I forgot one of the other ones. And those are the earliest new Misfits.
There was gonna be, God, my memory here. I think there was gonna be a Blacklight glow in the dark 7-inch with The Hunger on the back. That's ringing a bell right now.
Wow.
Blacklight 7-inch. Again, that never happened. So yeah, the songs were being slowly brought into the set, even before American Psycho was brought out. I remember that we had to get a sampler for Devil, stuff like that was being sampled, and I think Morgan was the drum tech at the time, so it was his job to hit certain keys at certain times. Devil, and we made our own samples that we just goofed around with. And mine was we were watching heavy metal on the bus on the RV as we were driving through Death Valley. It was we were all sitting there with our shirts off. The air conditioning didn't do anything. It was 112. But we're watching heavy metal, and the Captain Stern story comes on. And they're talking to Hanover Fist, and he's, Captain Stern's the kindest, gentlest, nicest man you ever met. And I've seen this movie a million times. I love this section, this Bernie Wrightson section, which I'll tell you about how he draws pictures here momentarily. And so I knew what the line was before it came up, and here it goes, and I go, "Oh, give me a break!" And everybody turns to me like, "What? How did you know? I've actually seen this one before, guys. So that became a Tank shtick, was for me to say, "Oh, give me a break." So they recorded me saying that, and it became a sample. And there was the Johnny Grimm song they would do during sound check, and Morgan would be back there, oh, give me a break, oh, give me a break. And Michael would just make up songs crooning about Johnny Grimm. And I remember Ken saying, like, this is a good fucking song. Like, we should record this and put this out. And they were just goofing around. And oddly enough, like, maybe we should have, because we could have been top 10. Who knows? The song by Tears for Fears, Shout, probably their biggest hit.
Oh yeah,
it was a song that they would play during sound check to check the mics. There's a shout, let it all out, shout. Something they freaking made up, and somebody was like, "That's actually a pretty good song."
Wait a minute, you're telling me that like Jerry and Mike and whatever would just say shout?
No. Tears for Fears would sing these goofy songs that you just do in sound check, just
I get it,
until everything's wired, dialed in, and then you actually play. Some of them are actually good fucking songs that you might want to record and release, because you could be the next Tears for Fears. Well,
there's a bunch of sound check. There's like all these there's like Talons of Steel or something.
Talons of Steel, Spider Baby, I think was
Spider Baby. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of those that are just, they were never recorded, but I guess they are Misfits songs, right?
I'm sure they were recorded somewhere, probably like, on a crappy session recorder or something like that, but never bootlegged and got out to the light of day. So Monkey's Paw.
Having
a copy of
Monkey's Paw was one of the 99 ones. Do you remember what was the Jekyll and Hyde song that Mike and Jerry were working on, this song called Jekyll and Hyde? Do you remember anything about that?
No, I don't.
Noodling around.
No.
So they're out on the road, they're putting together, they're slowly introducing songs into the set. It sounds like a pretty democratic songwriting process, in terms of whoever has something is going to bring it in, and we're all just sort of going to hash it out and see what's what.
Yeah.
Were you around for any of that actual songwriting workshopping?
The stuff I was around for would have been more for Famous Monsters. I was with Michael when he was writing Saturday Night. I was with him when he was writing Fiend Without a Face. And I remember him writing the line, "See the features of my rage." And I was like, dude, that's fucking heavy. I remember the original lyrics for Helena were not draped and displayed. It was brutally raped. Yeah. And I don't know who it was, might have been Jerry, but they were like, no, time out. That's we're not. If you listen to American Psycho and Famous Monsters, there's no curse words on those albums.
Right.
They weren't about to talk about rape either. And again, that's, I know you do, Jerry, for the kids.
Right.
That was true. This was for the kids. This is an album that
for the kids. For the kids. Not gonna go for the kids.
So yeah, parents didn't need to worry about what their kids were listening to. This was, it's a crazy album, but we're not talking about rape. We're talking about rapes.
Right.
But,
right.
But
it was a very what's it called? A lateral. It was a great lateral pass in terms of just altering it to be draped and displayed like that. It still works very well for that song in that way, even if it takes out some of the bite in that kind of way. But I mean, listen, later on after you left, I mean, Jerry was singing Last Caress and he's singing I Fed a Baby Today instead of, what it was supposed to be.
I have a 7-month-old daughter at home, and one of her favorite songs is Blister in the Sun. And so Faye changes the lyrics to let me call mom, oh mommy. Like she's like, I can't sing the real lyrics to her.
Yeah, fair enough. It's fair enough.
So you do what you got to do as a parent. That's for sure.
Tell me about the Misfits getting involved with Daniel Ray, and who Daniel Ray was, and what he was. I mean, he was kind of integral in the creative process to an extent. Would you say? Right?
Yeah, I don't know how they got involved with him. I only met him a few times. I was never in the studio when they were, recording it. There was no need. I was the merch guy. I didn't need to be there. But I know, I think he and Dylan, who was our tour sound guy, didn't always see eye to eye. Or maybe that was, what's his name from Roadrunner? Oh man, whoever our rep was from Roadrunner. Anyway, Daniel Ray, I knew he added the keyboard to Descending Angel, and that made like a world of difference. He had the beginning. He had Michael talking at the beginning of Scarecrow Man. Oh my God! So this is one of the reasons why you play songs live before you commit to the final recording. That's what it was. After recording Scarecrow Man, Michael started doing a little intro, and was that how about a little fire, Scarecrow? And that it wasn't recorded for the album, but live it was a different take and it was better. Scream went through some changes before it went to final recording as they played it live each night. Like, okay, we're gonna switch this and switch that. So it'd be interesting to hear some recordings of those earlier versions and see how they compare to the final take. But Daniel Ray, he did something with Helena, the beginning guitar of Helena being like kind of in a radio, sounded like it was in a radio in a room. It wasn't full on yet, and then it kicks in. That was his idea, and it like, yeah, that worked, Daniel. Thank you. That did it. So yeah, maybe it wasn't him that maybe it was the guy from Roadrunner whose name escapes me that Dylan didn't get along with. It seems like every label rep ended up screwing the band over.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've talked about this when we've done the Jerry's Kids episodes where we focus on we found an interview with Jerry from 1983. Then we found one from 1993. Then we found one from 2003, and then we found one from 2013. So it was sort of fun to see Jerry, to visit with Jerry every 10 years and see where he was, in sort of like how he, carried on with the Misfits and the name and everything. And one thing is quite clear, and it really goes back to the time with Glenn, is this idea of like, hey, we used to like be in control of everything, and then we got signed to a major. And the major, like every time we're with a major, we have like this horrible time. And he's just like, fuck it. I'm just going to do my own thing called Misfits Records. And that's exactly what he did. Yeah. I mean,
Jerry went into the Geffen offices with this idea, that idea, and this other idea. And they were like, oh yeah, great, Jerry. That's great. And then they ended up taking all those ideas and doing them with Rob Zombie. And Jerry was like, those were my ideas. Fuck this. I'm fucking out of here. So yeah. And then whatever happened with Roadrunner. Oh yeah, we're gonna push you guys. We're gonna push you. Oh wait, Cold Chamber. Yeah, okay. No, they got the push now. It's all agenda. It's corporate.
Is that why that was the exit from Geffen? Was over? They stole his ideas and gave them to Rob Zombie.
I believe so. I'm not 100%, but that's my understanding.
Gotcha. So allegedly, that might have been one of the reasons why the Misfits moved from Geffen. Out of Geffen and over to Roadrunner.
And now this is a reoccurring theme that you hear from like just every band. Oh, the label's they promise you this, they promise you that, they promise this other thing, and in the end you got scratch.
Yeah.
Here's your record. See ya.
Yep. Yep. Before we're gonna take one more sponsored break, and I'm going to get a new seltzer, and then we're slowly winding down here.
Rain energy drinks.
Oh, I am a big fan of that.
I couldn't survive without them.
No, what's that brand called? Something with an E. What's it called? The one you're drinking right now. Eternal? Rain. They make the orange creamsicle. That's so good. They have the cotton. They have some great flavors.
I like the jalapeno strawberry.
What? I didn't even know they made that.
Yep.
Dude, everybody, Rain is what's up though when it comes to there's zero sugar.
Yep.
They have a lot. They really give you energy. They hydrate you. I'm a big fan of Rain.
Yep.
Big fan.
They have 300 milligrams of caffeine per large kit. But I'll tell you, I found something even better.
What?
And I swear, where's my Panera? Where's my check? I went to Panera on our my Faye and I's anniversary of the year when we met, June 8th, and they have 3 different lemonades. One of them's a mint lemonade, which I'm like, sold.
Yeah.
That have per large are 386 milligrams of caffeine.
Oh my Lord.
And I ordered some stuff to go. So as I'm waiting, I'm sucking this thing down because I'm hot, I'm thirsty. Okay. By the time the food comes up, my thing's empty. So I go back for my free refill.
Yeah.
By the time the evening's done, I've had like 800 milligrams of caffeine, which 11 o'clock rolls around. And I'm still like, but
good for you.
But 2 o'clock in the morning rolls around.
What? You just popped your eyes open?
Fucking wide awake. And I was up for the day at that point. So watch out.
Can I make a recommendation to Tank and to anybody else who's listening to this? I've talked about this several times. I'm a firm believer of this now. I have a weighted blanket, and I got to tell you, it took me a long time to get one, but I can't explain it. And you know why I love weighted blankets? It's kind of like yoga. They tell you need surgery and you do yoga, and then the yoga ends up helping you and you don't have to cut yourself open or whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm not a doctor, by the way, and you shouldn't listen to anything that I say because I'm not a doctor. You should always go to a doctor. Yeah, you should always go see a doctor for any problem that you have. All I'm going to say is I love the idea of having a weighted blanket and that I literally, like, it knocks me out in 2 seconds. I fall asleep. There's something about it. And I love the idea that, like, I don't have to take a pill. Like, I don't have to take a sleeping pill. I don't have to take anything. It's like this natural way of helping me to fall asleep. And there's something about the weightedness of the blanket. It has like the swaddling effect, like that sort of thing. And I get the best sleep at night from having a weighted blanket. They're not cheap. You can get one for like $85 on sale on Amazon. I'll tell you something. It is an excellent investment. Everybody should go and check out the weighted blanket. And it's not just for sleep. It also, like, mentally, like, it makes me feel, I can't explain it. It's really gotten me through some tough times.
It's like a primal security thing.
Yes.
From what I heard.
Totally.
Yeah. We got one and I didn't need it. I have quite literally fallen asleep standing up. I was standing in line waiting for the Dr. Doom ride at Universal, and whatever bag I was holding, it hit the floor, and I reached over to pick it up, and my crew looked back at me like, "Did you just fall asleep standing up?" I was like, "Yeah, I did." Yeah. But we got that weighted blanket. It actually gave my wife like anxiety having the
really. Yeah, that's what Keith is saying. Like he's saying that it's too claustrophobic for a weighted blanket.
Right.
I have not had that problem, but
everybody's different.
Everybody's different. All I'm going to say is weighted blankets are awesome. We're going to be right back, and then we're going to talk. We're going to kind of wind down here. We're going to try and go into 1997, and we'll be back to continue this long journey. Okay. So this sponsored ad is actually t-shirt related. That's right. I design and I sell t-shirts. If you ever want to support the channel, this is a great way to do it. Obviously, I'm so grateful for you guys watching. And by the way, everybody should subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Leave a comment, yada, 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 all that good stuff. But if you like t-shirts, if you like interesting pizza themed punk t-shirts, this is the way to go. Enjoy another one of my little recorded ditties.
T-shirt casualty, t-shirt casualty, very tight. T-shirt casualty, t-shirt casualty, very tight. I wish Jeff made some t-shirts too. Hold on, I think he does that too. I can order them in the description below, and I can impress those friends that I know. T-shirt casualty, t-shirt casualty, very tight. T-shirt casualty, t-shirt casualty, very tight.
And we're back. I promise there's no more of me singing on this episode. That was the last time you're going to have to hear it. The last.
Before the show, Jeff and I were talking about this insane list of brainstorming I came up and emailed to him, and I'm actually looking at the list now, and I'm like, dude, you are insane. Oh my God, like, have we even scratched the surface on this list?
We got you mentioned a couple of things. You folded them really well into the conversation. I thought you did a good job.
Yeah, well, I did want to pay a little more service to the memory of Elizabeth.
Yes. Why don't we do that right now, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I first met Elizabeth at a record convention, I'm going to say in Maryland. I was there with Big Dave Smith, who was the older brother of my girlfriend from my senior year. Another fellow who was taken from us too early. About a year or so ago, he had a heart attack. But he and I, we like back in the early days, he and I were we were the brothers Grimm. We started out as Johnny's favorite and Frank Cotton, but together we were Johnathan and Francis Grimm. So we were at this convention scooping up everything we could, which there wasn't like any, Rare Misfits vinyl, but like this was, Danzig was out at that time. So like John Christ and Erie Von guitar picks and the inverted cross tour laminates and posters, like whatever we could get our hands on that we didn't already have, we were scooping up. And then this random kind of goth looking girl, long black hair, was kind of following us around, and everything we weren't buying, she was scooping up. And at first we're like, what the fuck? But then obviously she's a fan, so we get to talking to her, and we must have exchanged numbers, and that's where it all started. But I remember going back to Dave's house after the convention, and his younger sister Debbie was there, and like I said, my girlfriend. And we're telling, so we met this girl, Elizabeth, she's a big fan. She was following us around. I got her number, and Debbie's like, who is she? I'll kill her. Like typical jealous girlfriend fashion. I was like, no, it's not like that. Don't worry. It's cool. So yeah, we must have exchanged numbers because there wasn't Facebook or even email back then. Oh, I lost Jeff. Jeff, where'd you go? Are we still live? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Jeff must have frozen. I don't know if we're still feeding. Anyway, I'll keep working on this. We must have just, from exchanging numbers, started talking to each other and realizing, you're a collector. I'm a collector. She was, I think, a fan of Sisters of Mercy, if I'm not mistaken, and Fields of Nephilim stuff, gothy stuff like that. Maybe we're completely gone. You're back. You're back.
Could you hear me when I was saying, "Oh man, I froze"? Blah blah blah.
No, I was still rolling with it. I'm still.
Keep going. This happens sometimes.
Do we even need this guy? It's so hard to do this.
Go ahead. I know.
It's so hard to do.
It's so hard to point.
You're pointing.
I know. I have that problem all the time. There's so many episodes like that where I'm like, I'm like pointing in the wrong direction.
I don't know.
No, it's really hard. Look, see, I just messed it up. I meant to point this. I meant to point that way. No,
so
if that
hard.
happens again, it happens from time to time with the connection. I'm so sorry. Continue on about Elizabeth.
All right. So Jeff needs to pay his internet bill, and then we'll proceed.
Precisely.
So we must have touched base, called each other, and just got learned that like I said, she was. I remember her. I'm pretty sure she was a big like Sisters of Mercy fan, and then kind of like heard about Danzig, the first Danzig album having come out, so she gave it a listen and was like, "Wow." And then learned, the singer used to be in these other bands. Let me find them out. So it was interesting that we were both huge fans of all of Glenn's stuff, but I came in on the Misfits side and worked my way up to Danzig, and she came in Danzig and worked her way back to Misfits.
Right.
Regardless, the love was still the same. So yeah, I guess like early on, I mean, we did the Long Way Back from Hell tour together that we talked about last episode. I remember we were up in New York and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and we ended down in Atlanta, but we were over in Detroit at one point. We were all over the place. And gosh, she was, bless her heart. I talked about eating ravioli sandwiches out of my suitcase last
Right.
episode because I had no money. So all the money I'd saved up for that tour went to, half the hotel rooms, share of gas and tickets and ravioli sandwiches. So like when the tour ended and we actually went back to her apartment, like I remember she took me out to eat that last night. I mean, it was Pizza Hut, but still it was, she took me out to eat. And I remember that was, she got a white pizza and I'm like, what's a white pizza? Pizza
Crazy
with no
stuff.
sauce.
Crazy stuff.
That's now, I love white pizza. But we would talk a lot on the phone just about what the music did for us and like kind of deep sort of goober existential stuff, like
right,
just because we were both just so into it. And so I could be wrong, I could be right, I'm sure somebody could correct me. I think her day job was something like putting together was it like scholarships for dental something?
Later on, she worked for the government. Eventually, she worked for the government. I don't know when that started, but that ended up helping her. I believe it was that job that allowed her to have the sort of medical care that she needed much later on.
Okay.
Something like that. So I don't know when that started, but I know she worked for the government.
Right. Yeah. Well, I know when, like, going back 30 years ago, 1991, Long Way Back from Hell tour, she had a job where she was able to take off 2 weeks, and still have a job. Kudos to her. But that job, I know that was like the day job that paid her bills. What the money she made to actually put her Misfits collection together was a side project that she had called Amarna Productions. And I remember getting a something from her in the mail that came from Amarna Productions. I'm like, what the hell is that? So I asked her about it, and she said she was a big equestrian fan. She loved horses. So she would go to like Toys R Us and buy the toy, like vinyl horses. And she was very, very talented. Like she built models, like she put me to shame with her abilities. She would cut these horses up, repose them in more realistic poses, bondo them back together and sand them totally glass smooth, cut off the plastic tail and the mane, put real horse hair on them, airbrush them with like realistic markings that particular type of horse would have, and then would sell them to collectors for good money. And so if you can imagine her doing this, like I said, early 90s, there was no internet. There was no network. Like whatever network she built from the ground up, and not sure how she did it, but that funded her following Danzig around and going, buying all these crazy records and stuff. So I always thought that was really cool. I remember there was an old Johann model called the Heavenly Hearse. It was actually a model of a hearse, a car model of a hearse, but it was the Heavenly Hearse. It was all like hippie flowers and stuff on it. It was the stupidest thing. But I wanted that, and then there was the Ecto One, and I knew that like an ambulance and a hearse back in the 50s and 60s, they were the same vehicle. It was just dependent on how they were done. But the Ecto One had stuff on the roof. So I wanted these two hearse models. I gave her the Ecto One, and she removed the stuff that was on the roof, and then bondoed the rest and sanded it smooth and sent it back to me. And it was like it was perfect. So she was a very talented artist.
Her apartment was full. When I went over there about 10 years ago, her apartment was full of horse stuff.
Yeah.
And I always assumed, thank you for filling in the gaps there, because I just always assumed that's what sort of alerted me to this notion that, like, my God, there's like there's a niche for everything. But I was like, my God, I guess like there's like there's like all these people that are into like horses or something. Cause she's got like, and the stuff that she had, I mean, she had paintings and portraits. She had a couple of she had an Erie Von, Edgar Allan Poe sort of thing. Like just incredible stuff that was not necessarily Misfits, Samhain, or Danzig related. Tyson is joining. This is his first live stream. So welcome everybody. Nice. Give Tyson a welcome to our live stream. And just thanks for being here, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Her apartment was in DC. She lived somewhere in that area.
Maryland. It was in Maryland.
Maryland, right?
Yeah.
Maryland. And I was there with Mark. It was me, her, and Mark Kennedy. I think we talked about this in the last episode, and we did our interview things there.
I want to say Gaithersburg, Maryland. For some reason, I remember it being in Gaithersburg.
She had a lovely residence, and like I said, her collection, guys. I looked over, there was just like a stack of boxes. I think she was just rearranging stuff. And right on a box, just casually there was Doyle's choker that he wore when he first joined the Misfits with the skull. It's something that you've seen in a million photos. And if you're a big fan of this.
Oh, did we lose him again? Come on, Jeff.
Recognize what it is. And it was just there.
Yep. Just hanging there.
Really. Yeah, just hanging there. I mean, she was good people, man. She really was.
Yep.
And I'll tell you something, she would, one last thing about Elizabeth before we move on. She would, towards the end in her battles, in her struggles with her, she had cancer, and she was so brave. She was such a brave woman that she would share all of her experiences with people on Facebook and tell everybody what she was going through. And she just never gave up, man. She never gave up. She was always, it was never a poor me. It was always just like, this is what's going on with me. And I'm just trying my best and keeping my chin up and trying to do my thing. And she was supposed to go to a Danzig show on this last run.
Danzig Tiger Army, right?
Right. Yeah. Because she loved Tiger Army.
Yeah.
Yes. She used to shoot Nick 13 when he had his solo band. She would go, she was following him around. I bumped into her at one of those shows, and she was bummed that she couldn't make that last Danzig show, but that she was there to show up for her health and do what was needed. And you know what? It ended up being her time, but she did what she had to do to take care of herself. And she used to post pictures of her, like what she looked like, with her in her state as a result of battling such afflictions. And I thought it was so brave of her to just be like, this is me. And hey, I'm fighting. And I always admired her strength. Always. I always left a comment and just was like, just thinking of you, Liz, keep going. Right. And she did. She fought as long as she could.
Yeah. Yeah. We kind of lost touch when we actually kind of lost touch. Like I said, in the early days, Jerry was like, make sure Elizabeth gets all these skateboards. No problem. I'll make sure that happens. And I don't remember. Did I go to her apartment and give them to her? I don't remember how that transaction took place. I'm pretty sure that would have been the case. I went there. But once the Resurrected Misfits went back on tour, I know Jerry, we were all kind of hoping for Elizabeth's seal of approval, and we didn't get it. I don't want to say she chose side, but she was more in the Glenn camp, and I was more in the Jerry camp because that's my job. This is what I do. I'm over here.
Right.
And not that drove a rift between us or anything like that, but it's just we just eventually we kind of lost touch. We reconnected again years ago on Facebook when all my Lord Humungus stuff was kind of getting out there and showing up in not just on my page but around. And then she reached out to me like, hey, how you doing? Reconnected. I'd get a Christmas card from her every year with an epic blurb. It was always two sides of a fully printed out page of everything that had gone on in that year, and photos of Tiger Army and stuff, stuff that she was taking, but all the stuff that she was really into, that she was always so passionate about. That was definitely her. A big Alien fan. She had Jonesy the cat. Gotta give her a little tip of the hat for that. But yeah, she that one's rough. Losing her was rough.
She was just beloved in this community, truly. So this whole show is dedicated to her and her memory. Just putting that out there. Yes. Yep. Now I want to talk about, I don't know what you remember, or if you want to talk about this or can talk about this, but there's something happened historically that sort of was, I guess maybe you could even say, the very beginning of what eventually would fray apart. And it was that you did these shows. I think it was at the 930 Club, or it was somewhere in, I think it was somewhere in DC. And Michael Graves gets into a fight or something, and that ends up having reverberations that would sort of last for the duration of that era of the band. Do you remember any of that, or can talk about it, or anything like that? I'm curious.
Are we talking about the night Michael got arrested? Or
I don't. I just know that whatever happened led to him not being able to go into Canada, right?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So the venue was it might have, back then it might have still been called Capitol Ballroom. It later became Nation.
Yes.
But Capitol Ballroom was like the new 930 Club's main competition in DC for a rock, or a venue in general. They both had their merits. So we played there. I was doing merch. I didn't see it happen because the merch, I didn't have a view of the stage. But from what I heard, Michael was having a hard time hearing because the monitors weren't dialed in right.
It was a sound guy, right?
It was well, the monitor guy would be a sound engineer. It wasn't ours. It was a house guy. And we always had house guys. We only had Dylan at the front of the house running the sound that the fans heard. But what the band heard was somebody on the side of the stage that worked at the venue running that soundboard just for the monitors. So Michael couldn't hear. So he was telling the guy what he needed. And apparently the guy wasn't coming through with what he needed. And an altercation started during the show on the stage where a physical fight broke out between Michael and the monitor guy, and like the monitor guy got pantsed. Like literally the dude's pants came down. How or why, I don't know. Like I said, I couldn't see it, but I remember Rachel, his girlfriend, coming over to me at the show and like, where's Michael? I'm like, huh? Isn't he on the stage? Like, what? The band's playing. Apparently the police came and he ran off, and they nabbed him for assault, and he ended up staying the night in jail that night. And it was really stupid. Okay, the two guys get in a fight. Does somebody have to go to jail for that? Nobody got stabbed. Nobody got shot. Like, what are we talking about this for? The guy was just been out of shape because he got pantsed on stage, is what it really came down to. So that went on his permanent record as an assault charge. Now you can't go to Canada. That's going to be a problem.
And then the next couple of shows, he's not even performing.
He's not even performing. So I guess Jerry, if I remember correctly, Jerry sang?
Did guys from Anthrax or Cannibal Corpse sing? Do you ever remember any of that?
I don't think George would have sung any, George from Cannibal Corpse. I don't think he would have sung any songs. Anthrax, John Bush? Scott?
I don't know. Listen, no matter what questions I ask you, you were the guy who was there. So I yield to whatever you think is probably what it is what it is. Maybe Jerry sang. But in any case,
I'm thinking Jerry sang.
I mean, you have this issue now where you got a guy, and this is something that would plague Jerry for, forget about just Graves. I mean, he had a lot of trouble with Robo as well. It just, where you have a member who, for whatever reason, whether it's legal or whatever the situation is, cannot go to a place where the band needs to go. And it
was Robo has a Colombian passport.
Right.
And a green card. So he's not an American citizen. So when we go to the EU,
it creates red tape.
Us American citizens, we walk right in the front door. He's not an American citizen. He needs totally different paperwork, different visas. But then when we try to go to the Czech Republic, all of us Americans need paperwork, and Robo's like, see you guys later, I'm going in. Like, it was always a juggle.
And that had even plagued Robo going back to when he was in Black Flag, because he was in Black Flag, and the reason why he ended up in the Misfits is because he got stuck in England, and they were like, we got to go, Robo. Yep. They left poor Robo, got stuck there, and then he wound up in the Misfits. So
and I mean, as the tour manager in the era that Robo was in the band, I was the one who handled all that rigmarole. And I remember anytime we did a South American tour, it was all a cakewalk except for Brazil. I had to physically go into the city, Avenue of the Americas, hit the Brazilian consulate, drop off all the passports, and then with a check or money order, whatever it was, and then come back like 2 weeks later to pick them all up. Like I couldn't mail them in, like everything. It was a whole day for me to get in the city to do this one task, and I always I always hated it until I ran into a fellow tour manager at the consulate dropping off a big stack of passports, and I was like, wow, okay, who do you work for? And he's like, oh, I'm the tour manager for the Rolling Stones. We have 150 people going on tour. This is just one of many stacks I will be dropping off. And I was like, I will never complain about doing this again.
150 people entourage.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that dude had his work cut out for him. Suddenly I didn't feel so bad.
My Lord. Lord. And that's when, when you hear these people, when you think about like, that's when it all of a sudden it's like, hey, if we don't tour, then people that we love and work with us as a family, they don't eat. Like we have to, it becomes a machine, whether that's the way it was with the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead at one point, they were like, we have to tour because we got guys. Mm-hmm. And we got to make sure those guys get, those guys rely on us and like they're our family. We got to take care of them. It becomes that kind of thing.
The birth of Grimm's Misfits auction, which is something I'm sure we'll talk a lot about here in the near future, was out of necessity. Because in the early days, like East Coast Tour 96, I got paid. You better be sitting down for this.
I'm sitting down.
Granted, all my travel expenses, I got fed. It didn't cost me to go anywhere, do anything with the band. But as far as like working and setting up the merch, counting everything in, standing there all night long. I'm not just talking about the hour that the band is on the stage. I'm talking from the time doors are open to the time the house is empty. I'm there selling shirts. I'm counting them all out. I'm responsible for all the money. I'm doing the paperwork. I'm settling with the house because they're looking to get their cut. It's my job to make sure they don't get their full cut. That guy, me, I got paid in the beginning $30 a day.
Oh my God.
Actually, $30 a show, not even on a day off. I didn't get paid it. $30 a show. And that was only on nights that I sold. There were some venues that they insisted they had to have a house seller. I still had to load all the merch in, count it all in with them, count it all out with them, settle up with them. I didn't get paid anything because I didn't sell the merch. So Grimm's Misfits auctions started in, I guess, January every year when we weren't touring. You're not doing a U.S. tour in January. You can't go into Colorado in January. I needed to make extra money. And I had some crew stuff and I had some tour shirts and I had, whatever I collected along the way. And I knew people wanted it because I wanted the stuff. I kept one of each for myself and the rest ended up selling. And that's how I got through. Otherwise, I would have had to get another. How do you get a job where you're like, well, I'm going to work this month, but then I'm gone for 2 months. But then I'll be back for 2 weeks, but then I'm gone again. Like, nobody's going to hire you for that.
That makes the acquisition of your house so much sweeter to me when you hear this, when you compare and contrast the fact that is what that's what brought you your house that you're currently sitting in right now. Like it just,
the sale of the collection of the vinyl, which it was everything, but it was the vinyl was really the where the money was at. That's what got me in my house. What got me just surviving, paying for food and paying for overhead and just living was money I made from touring. And,
right.
What I could pull in from the auctions each year.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm. In the beginning, it was, but I mean, in the beginning, in the very beginning, I still lived at home in my mother's basement. So if I came home from tour with $300 cash in my pocket, I felt like I was loaded.
Right.
I what's my overhead? My car insurance every month, which was, minimal. But as things progressed, obviously life changed. But part of, I remember on the Megadeth tour, Ken being like, you're getting a raise, because part of my responsibilities, when you sell merchandise for a band at a venue per contract, the venue gets a cut. 10%, 15%, could be 20%, God forbid 25% on who they're trying to kid. But the idea is they are providing you a venue to sell merchandise in that if you went to go sell on the street without a peddler's license, you could be arrested. So they've given you a place, a safe haven, so purportedly. Some of the places
I guess I still
yeah.
think it's kind of BS, man, that they even taken a cut.
Yeah,
like I get it, but
I know
I don't know.
But my job was, as Rocky told me, single digits, Tank. I want single digits. So no matter what the contract said, whether it was 10, 15, 20%, I made damn sure that what I counted out to the venue, what I handed the venue every night in cash was a single digit percent, and that they would walk away happy thinking they got their full amount. I played every trick in the book.
Right. So you were, as they say, cooking things just to make sure.
The show at the Stone Pony in Asbury Park,
yes,
which is the one time the band played Wolf's Blood live. Holy shit. Wolf's Blood, yeah.
Oh, I bet Mike sang those lyrics real good.
Right?
I hold on. I want to shout out to Voice of Doom, who John of Doom, the lead singer of Voice of Doom. You got to hear this cover of Wolf's Blood. This guy, he got the lyrics, I guess, from the lyrics book. He blows me away. I'm so impressed with his vocal delivery of Wolf's Blood because he can succinctly, I'll send it to you after the show's over.
Please.
He succinctly pronounces and sings the vocal arrangement. I've never heard anything like it. It blows me out of the water every time I listen to it. You got to hear this thing, Tank. You got to hear it.
Yeah,
you'll like
I'm
it.
looking
you'll
forward
like
to
it. I'm sorry. Continue with what you're saying.
So the guy that I'm counting in and then counting out with,
right?
And actually, I think they sold because I was in the crowd for the show, and so there's moshing, there's slamming, there's stage diving, but what do they call it when you get up from the pit, get up on the crowd, kind of like on your knee, like you're standing up but you're kneeling and people are passing you around and I was literally like arms crossed, like coming across the ground, like, yeah, motherfuckers. I don't know. I don't even know what you call that, but that's what I was doing while they were playing Wolf's Blood.
Wave surfing.
Okay. Yeah. I was
crowd surfing. So, I don't know.
But I didn't dive into the crowd. Somehow I got up on top of them. There was no diving. Anyway, so this guy, there was some girl handling the merch sales, and I was counting in and out with this guy. This guy was drunk by the end of the night. So I'm like, oh, here we go. Let me sharpen my pencil up here. I'm doing instead of using a calculator, I'm doing the math on paperwork right in front of him. I am changing the outcome of the math that I'm doing as I'm going. I'm like, yeah, you're following all this, right? And he's like, yeah, looks good to me. Oh my God, I pulled the wool over he got like 3%. I'm like, here's your 15%, buddy. So I would do shit like that. We had pizza boxes. I got to shrink this down. A stack of pizza boxes that were empty, and we cut out the middles of them except for the top one and the bottom one. And Ken would walk into the venue with a stack of pizza boxes with like a couple dozen shirts inside, and bring them over to the merchant. Hey, Tank, keep these for later. Like, yeah, no problem. When nobody's looking, shirts back into the stock and changing my number. I would fake comp shirts, like everything I could do to get those numbers. So that got me my first raise from $30 to $50 a show for the Megadeth tour. And then on the Megadeth tour, though, I worked with like a professional merchandiser who was hired by whoever did Megadeth, Blue Grape or whoever, Cinderblock, I think, did Megadeth's merchandise. And I would help him. And they did so much merch that he was like, here, I'll give you $100 a night. I'm like, really? I felt like I was like king of the world. And then once I got the tip cup idea, I was like, this might be a thing.
Oh, so you started to put out a tip cup.
Yeah. And I got the idea from Jay, who was the merch guy for NoFX. We played with them in Denmark. And that was the first time. I mean, okay, Megadeth selling more merch than Misfits. Yeah, okay, I get that. But we played like NoFX open for Misfits in Denmark. And they ran circles around us in merch sales. Jay was slammed. And he had an empty beer pitcher that it with like change in the bottom. He'd rattle it in people's faces, being like, tip me. And that fucking mug was full by the end of the night. And I'm like, why didn't I think of that? Holy crap.
So after that, you always had a tip thing out, right?
Had a tip cup.
That's
but I wasn't aggressive about it like that. Like, hey, tip me, motherfucker.
Right,
it was just like, yeah, I gave you the best service I could and throw a buck in there. Great. The I did work out a deal at one point where we had these huge die cut bumper stickers that we were selling for $2. I'm like, that's amazing. That is a fucking bargain. A $2 bumper sticker die cut of the Misfits logo like this freaking big. And our shirts were $15 a piece back then.
Wow.
Again, Jerry wasn't about like, oh yeah, we should $50. No, he wanted the fans to get the stuff. So whatever the minimum price was that we could sell it for, we would. So a $15 shirt and a $2 sticker. If you hand me a $20 bill, obviously I can upcharge. I can upsell that sticker to you. Hey, instead of me giving you $5 back, how about you want one of these stickers? So that was my pitch to Rocky, and I said, if I can get $1 for each, if we can sell those stickers for $3, I get the $1 for the upsell. Is that agreeable to you? And so that's great. Go for it. And that worked out really well. That was that kind of set my financial future in motion, I guess you could say. Little things like that, little stuff along the way.
Little tips and tricks along the way. And I mean, you're literally getting the experience of a lifetime, traveling the country, traveling to see other parts of the world, all expense paid, so it wasn't a total. I could see how that, sometimes that tips the scales a little bit. Mm-hmm. But just getting back to what's going on. So Graves winds up, in trouble, and there's moves that need to be made. And like, what does this, is there any sort of friction? Is there any sort of friction that winds up as a result of this, or would that more come later?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, like I said, I think we all thought it was pretty stupid that he got arrested for assault for pantsing some guy on. Okay, so I didn't give you the full story of what happened. Michael was saying, hey, I need more. I can't hear myself. Probably his own vocals. He can't. As a singer, if you can't hear yourself, you have no idea if you're in key or not.
Yeah, totally.
So that's a bad position to be in. I've been there. And so he kept telling the monitor guy, I need more vocals in the monitors. I need more vocals in the monitors. And I wasn't there. So whatever happened, the monitor guy got pissed off and he pushed all the levels max and just like feedback. And Michael was like, motherfucker. So he threw the fucking microphone down, went over, jumped the guy and started fighting with him. The dude's pants ended up coming down and he gets arrested for assault. Pretty fucking.
Do you remember Metallica coming to see the guys in '96? I mean, I'd imagine that would have been pretty noteworthy, right?
James Hetfield, a couple of the guys, James and Kirk, were at a show in Frisco, and I remember James and Doyle hanging out by the merch table before the show and just like talking, and I was like, oh, this is kind of fucking cool. And but I was doing double duty. I was doing merch and guitar teching at that time. So I was kind of overseeing the merch, but I had like a helper to cover me when I had to go do the stuff on the stage. And I remember James Hetfield was going to come out and sing Die Die My Darling, like in the encore, something like that. I don't remember. Did he need the lyrics? I think there was something I needed to tape down on the stage for him. So before the Misfits went on, I'm down on my hands and knees on the stage, like between the front vocal monitors and wiping up some water or something that spilled. And there was some guy in the front, some assholes like, oh man, your job sucks, dude. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucking teching for James Hetfield right now. Go suck a dick. Okay. Like you have no fucking clue. And James came out and sang Die Die, and it was fucking amazing. It was really amazing.
Was Kirk there?
He was, I'm pretty sure he was there, but he didn't like come up on stage or anything, but I think he was in the house, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's 1996 Metallica too.
No, there's the newer bass player, not Jason. After Jason left, who was the guy that came in?
Rob Trujillo.
Yeah, from Infectious Grooves.
Yeah,
he was there. I know for sure he was there. I think Kirk was there.
but he wasn't in Metallica yet.
No, this wouldn't have been 96. This would have been later.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened in 96. I really don't remember. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And right. So then we're like kind of like winding close. Now we get into 1997. Here's something I'm curious to know. Like, I've seen videos of Graves, performing, and he's singing the songs. He's doing, listen, again, anybody stepping into Glenn Danzig's shoes, it's going to be tough. It's not easy. He did the best he could, to fill those shoes.
Yeah.
How is he doing lyrically, singing the songs? Is he, for the most part, like nailing the lyrics, or is he having trouble? Is Jerry happy with, like the?
Yeah, no, he never needed cheat sheets like Porzoli did. He just stepped in, he learned them, and he freaking knocked it out of the park. Speaking of them playing Wolf's, the one time they played Wolf's Blood at the Stone Pony, I think.
Right.
I think the one time they played In the Doorway live was at a little venue in Virginia Beach. And I remember just being like, wow. Because Michael's voice was like perfect for that.
It was perfect for that.
Absolutely perfect. And I'm like, how did he know all the words? Because I'm not even sure what all the words are. There's no lyric sheet for that one.
Tell me about the Bleeders Digest. That comes along in like 97. And what's that? There's like kind of like a sort of a relaunch or a rebranding of like the Fiend Club too. You got like different Fiend Club characters. Tell me all about that sort of stuff.
What's so the Fiend Club, was always Rocky. That was under like that was what he needed to run. And originally it was him and Doug Evil. Like I said, Doug in the early days was kind of brought on board to do his comic book style artwork, and his rendition of Doyle I thought was really clever. Didn't have a mouth. Doyle don't say very much. His caricature doesn't have a mouth.
Good point.
Makes sense. But Doug would put together Ken would like write up the article, and then Doug would like what we call Dougify it and give it the spooky wording and then change it up a little bit to make it the Bleeders Digest sort of feel and then the sound, and then he'd throw his artwork in there, and the idea was maybe in the early days was like once a quarter this newsletter came out, and the Fiend Club started out, it was free to join, but it cost us money to put out these newsletters. And was there a sign up, or that was still just the Doyle fan club rolled over to the Fiend Club at that point? But at one point we started, I made sign up sheets in a binder at the merch table where you could sign up for the Fiend Club. And maybe originally that was free, but at one point we said, all right, this is costing us money. We had to charge $5 a year. But then once we did that, I think we went to every 2 months with a newsletter. And having taken over from Doug Evil at one point and doing these newsletters myself, I can tell you it's a lot of work.
I bet.
That'd be like a week of like just full time. That's what I did that week, was I put the newsletter together. But each newsletter we'd have an offer for, so your $5 a year got you your membership card, because every year you got a new card with originally Doug Evil artwork, and then I don't know what happened for sure. At one point there was a falling out with Doug and the Misfits. I really can't say why. I know it was messy. Doug just like kind of up and left one day. Like Ken was like calling. Doug's not answering. I'm trying to reach out to Doug. He's not answering me. He just like decided he was done, and he up and maybe this was after the breakup, and he sided with Michael or something. He just whatever happened, he skipped. He
When
jumped
you
ship.
say after the breakup, you mean in 98 or you're talking about in 2000?
In 2000.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that would have been when I took over.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so your $5 a year got you your membership card. It got you your newsletters, and it got you access to obviously Fiend Club exclusive merchandise. Which Evilive 2, the CD was supposed to be like Fiend Club issue only. That was how we got around the lawsuit. Okay, according to the settlement with Glenn, the Misfits were allowed to go back out on tour as the Misfits and play the original music that Glenn wrote. He got all the publishing rights to, and sell Misfits shirts, sell Misfits logo merchandise, but we could not sell a recording of the old songs through like the normal. That was the back door, is that it was a fan club exclusive CD that you could only get at the shows or through mail order. You could not walk into a record store and buy it firsthand. That was the back door to that. That now that's coming back together for me.
And Glenn still shut it down.
Did he?
But from it was always my understanding that that he found out about that, was really pissed off, and that he shut it down. And that's why, I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it just was like, maybe it went out of print, but I always had heard that Glenn was really annoyed by that. Chud recorded all the shows, right? Chud would record all the shows, right?
Chud has a massive library of a lot of shows. Yeah. Doyle has some of the early stuff too. Because after every show, Chud would record the audio, Doyle would record video. So after the show, after we go to the truck stop and shower and eat, we'd get on the tour bus and put it on and watch our own show to be like, all right, what do we, how can we critique this?
Football player style.
Like, yeah. So yeah, Evilive, the first 100 discs of Evilive, I think were on blue discs, and then the regular issue was on a white disc. As far as like the print, the artwork on it, it was still a limited run. So I think just when they ran out, that was it. They ran out.
Maybe that's what it was. I once saw one of those in the wild at FYE where I used to work, and it was in the back room, and I was blown.
You were what? You were, dude, pay your internet bill. Come on. The fans, they're waiting. So, anyway, how about them Knicks, huh? Your screen went yellow. What are you talking? There
I am.
Wow. Your internet provider needs a good talking to.
Wi-Fi. That's the problem. I'm not hardwired in.
Neither am I. Just saying.
Yeah, but I think we've been over. No, I was talking about this with someone else, but I'm the one I'm uploading all of it. It's through my infrastructure, not through yours. You're just patched into me.
I'm just
however that works.
Guy. Yeah.
You're just some guy. You're just some guy. No, did you hear what I said though about the?
No, not at all.
Oh shit! So I worked at FYE.
Yeah,
and we had there in the back room there was a copy of Evilive 2, and I was blown away by it because I was like, it's just something you never saw. This was 2006, 2007, and my nearest guess was that someone must have sold it secondhand, and someone. My manager at the time was a Misfits fan. He must have known how rare it was. He took it off the floor immediately, probably for himself.
Right.
That sort of thing. Right. I just remember seeing it in we had like this like weird cage locker thing, and I remember it being in there and being like, "Whoa, Evilive 2." You just didn't see it. You just never saw that anywhere. I guess that kind of explains it.
We sold it at shows. It was $15 if you had your Fiend Club membership card on you, proof that you were in the club. If you were not a member, it was $20. And that included a 1-year subscription or membership to the Fiend Club.
That's a good deal.
Got your card. So basically, you'd have to sign up and then get the CD, but you could not get the CD if you didn't possess a card as a member of the Fiend Club.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, most people are like, "Hey, okay, cool, no problem." And other people are
Sure.
like, "Oh no, I'm not fucking signing. I'm not paying for this." I'm like, "Then you're not getting the CD, pal." Next, like,
Right.
I don't know what to tell you. That's the rules.
Right.
So it was $5 just to sign up, and you got a membership packet, which included your card, maybe a couple of the previous newsletters, and then anything. I think a sticker, around Fiend Club sticker with the Helen Blazes logo, perhaps instead of the Crimson Ghost. So you got a little packet, and then you would get more stuff in the mail. But I remember at a venue in on Beale Street, and some girl like just, "Oh, hey, the membership," and she started. I'm like, "Hang on, sweetheart, that's $5." She's like, "No, I've known these guys a long time. It doesn't cost me anything." And I'm like, "Okay, sure." And then as soon as she leaves, I take the pen. I'm like, and crossed it out. I'm like, "Go fuck yourself. Don't fucking talk to me like that." So but so yeah, so Doug did the newsletters in the beginning. Whatever the falling out was, for whatever his reason for leaving, I know there was some lawsuit down the road with him. I don't know the specifics of it, so I can't really talk about it. So I took over, and every 2 months I had to do one of these newsletters with Rocky, and it was a lot of work, but it got done. We'd get the Ed Repka artwork and do the new membership card every year, different color every year. Ken and I would go to like trade shows at the Javits Center in Manhattan to look at products that we could provide, that we could just put the Fiend Club logo on, because each newsletter there was something for sale and it had the Fiend Club logo on it. There's something, whether it's a hoodie or a backpack or a CD case or a
What a fun project.
Yeah, and I would do the graphic. I would work with whatever company was printing whatever product we had. We had Fiend Club skateboards at one point, which I heard later like management wasn't happy about, and that got shut down or something. I forgot who did the artwork for that. Those were pretty fucking cool. Damn, totally forgot about those. But so the money, the $5 a year covered all the expenses for the newsletters and all that kind of shit. The stuff that we sold, the money came in for that. That is what kept our tour vehicles alive. That was the money to get all the because you put thousands and thousands of miles on an RV
Sure.
and a box truck, they're going to need some maintenance and
Sure.
some TLC before you go back on the road and do thousands of more miles. Because if we break down, we might not be coming to your town. So that was that money went to do all that stuff. So it was pretty important. But anyway, so now, yeah, that was me and Rocky for years doing that together.
Now, Helen Blazes was like, it's just like, is that Jerry being like, "Hey, we need a new character for the kids"? Like what?
I think that was more Rocky, because again, the Fiend Club was like, that was his baby. He was put in charge of that. We there was a postcard in the early days of releasing the whole new Fiend Club with the Helen Blazes character, where Glenn Hetrick, Rocky, and myself went into Manhattan to the Alan Yeager did the Fiend Club skateboard. That's right. I couldn't think of his name. Thanks, Dan. And it was a cherub. Oh, it was a really cool cherub. Oh man, those were pretty fucking awesome. We went to the Roadrunner headquarters, and we auditioned models. We just spent a day, like one model after another, coming in to audition for the Helen Blazes part for like a live photo shoot and anything else
interesting
that would come along. And Glenn was going to be doing the makeup. Somebody else, I think my buddy Paul Soot or his girlfriend at the time, somebody did the costume. I was going to be the one doing the graphics, like putting it all together for posters or postcards, whatever. And Rocky was just the one overseeing it. And Frank White took the pictures. So we settled on one that had the look that we were looking for. And Glenn Hetrick gave her the instructions. For those who don't know Glenn Hetrick, he did the zombie makeup for the Scream video with George Romero for us. And then he went on and became a
great makeup.
Great
makeup.
He became he's now a pretty big deal in Hollywood. Owns his own effects studio and works on some really, really big projects. One of my oldest and best buddies. So I was not there for the actual photo shoot. Ken, Frank White, and Glenn were there. Glenn told the girl, do not show up with any makeup. We're going to start from scratch.
Right.
She ends up showing up with like her normal street makeup. And Glenn's like, I told you, no makeup. And so he had to work around what was already on there, and it conflicted with what he was trying to work with. So that was a fiasco. Apparently the costume that we had made was not quite right. So they had to do some alteration on site, which meant some digital editing later. Frank White is a great photographer, and he captured the moments and the lighting and everything perfectly. But me as the graphic designer, I wish I had been there, because I would have told her, okay, turn your hip out more this way, put your arm up, turn your head over that. I needed more. Frank provided awesome photos, but as far as layout was concerned, I needed a little differently. So when I got the photos, I'm like, okay, these are great photos, but I'm going to have to do a lot of work now to make them do what we want them to do. And I had to Photoshop the makeup, which was like nails on a chalkboard to Glenn, because he didn't want CG anything on his makeup. There was a lot that had to happen to make Helen Blazes, like the live action Helen Blazes, a thing. And sadly, this woman, I don't remember her name. It was a paid gig, but she was such a pain in the ass. We never did it again. We let it go. She's like, that was not worth it. That was too much of a hassle. So Helen
better
Blazes,
just to do an illustration, right?
Just let Doug draw it, or later Ed Rep could draw it, and that was it.
We are in our third hour of the show, so we have to wind down, and I'd like to wind down with 3 things.
But dude, my list here.
Listen,
I like.
I know it's a big list, but I was just looking at your list, and by the way, I picked something out I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
I'm looking. We actually hit a bunch of these things. Like, I'm actually amazed, because this is the first time like looking at the list. Talked about Paulie B. Talked about Mike Stacks. We talked about microphone. We talked about Chipmunk, Gopher, and Mole. Talked about Coney Island. I mean, dude, you hit quite a few. I mean, it's not everything, but you did pretty well. Shit. Did we? Oh no, never mind. I thought I blanked out there.
Seriously, like
it's a lot.
It just
a lot.
What? Oh my god.
We got a tank. We did
so
good.
Much.
Tank. You did good. You did so
much
good.
To talk about.
Dude, people are so stoked. Talked about Doug Evil, talked about $15 decks, and talked about Dogtown decks. You folded so much into the narrative as we were moving on. It was really great. I want to tackle 3 things,
Mm-hmm.
3 things that I think really, and then I want to ask you about the Halloween 2 plaque, because I have no idea what the fuck that is. I'm very curious. Okay, I think I'm unfrozen now, by the way, people.
You are unfrozen. So far.
I just want to say thank you for everybody who's still with us. We have a total of 65
thank you,
people.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
We had 70 people last time. We have 65 still here after 3 hours, which is pretty darn good.
Hey, you're lucky I'm still here, man. Like, really.
Yeah, I'm so grateful. Thank you for coming back, dude.
Over here on the East Coast.
By the way, I'm calling it now. I think by the time Tank and I are finished, I think that when I stitch this into one long episode, it's going to be 12 hours long. That's my prediction. It's going to be 12 hours long. It's going to be really freaking long, people. Okay. First of all, someone's asking about a Christmas card. John is asking about a Christmas card. Yes, Kevin's in the house. He has his own show. Yeah. Tank, are you familiar with Haunted Garage at all, by the way? You don't know this band?
No.
Very interesting band. Long story. Can't talk about it now. Kevin's doing a great doc, people. Check out his Indiegogo campaign. It's awesome. John here is asking about a Christmas card with the model in the Crimson Ghost. She looked a lot like
Feruza Balk.
Yep. Balk. Yeah. That's Helen Blazes.
That was the Helen Blazes. And she did. She looked a lot like Feruza Balk, that was the look we were looking for.
Right. Okay. So the first thing I want to ask you about is you were talking before about Megadeth. And what's interesting about that is that tour is an arena tour, which is kind of different than the tours that come before it. And correct me if I'm wrong. The idea that this new version of the Misfits has graduated from doing club gigs and is now doing arenas for really the first time ever. And what was that like? Do you remember how maybe like Jerry and Doyle or Kenny or anybody must have felt, or how did you feel about, like, this was a big step up, right? Like, this is a big deal to
It
go
was,
from that to that.
I remember like East Coast Tour 96. I remember playing some pretty small little shitholes. I mean, we'd hit some nice ones like the new 930 Club, but a little place in Richmond, Virginia, or some place over in PA, just like, oh my God, what are we doing here? So yeah, and then we stepped up to like big venues, big stages. Megadeth had tractor trailers coming in, like convoys coming in, and they had tour managers and production managers and this manager and that manager, and like it was just like, it was so busy. It wasn't what we were used to at all. We were like a small, tight, well-oiled machine that just like just go. And with Megadeth, everything was like a lot of bureaucracy. The tour manager had to check with the production manager, production manager had to check with the lead sound guy, who was, no exaggeration, 7 feet tall. Gungy, his name was, Scottish guy. And I'm like, they're on a tour bus. The bunks on tour buses are 6'3". Where does this guy sleep? He would sleep on the couch in the back lounge.
Sleeps curled up in a ball, like in a fetal position.
7 fucking feet tall. Oh my God.
Yikes.
Yeah. When I was trying out for wrestling, I'm like, I felt pretty short at 6'1". I needed to be more like 6'8". I always wanted to be taller. Once we started touring and I realized that in my bunk I had an inch over my head, an inch below my feet, I was like, I'm just right. This is great.
Yeah.
I don't need to be anything else. Yeah.
Right.
So it was a lot of, I say, just a lot of bullshit with such a large production. But I get it. On a production that size, like, there's not going to be one guy in charge of everything. He's got to check with them. They got to check with this. Like, it was a lot going on. We got together before the tour fully kicked off. Like, we had a few days of being with those guys. I remember going to dinner and a movie with Dave Mustaine, and we went to a Johnny Rockets. And I had the black hair, and I had the black beard, and some of my roots must have been coming. My beard is very red, and Dave noticed that, and he's like, what's your heritage? I was like, oh, I'm Scotch Irish. And he was like, why do you dye your hair? Why don't you just let it be red? Like, he was really up on his, his bloodline and stuff, and thought everybody else should be too. And I'm like, that's not right. I'm cool. But it's funny, we were at Johnny Rockets. We're all eating burgers. He had like half of his burger. I'm like, Dave, you gonna finish that? He's like, no. I'm like, give it here. so I finished Dave.
Just like the goose.
Exactly. Yeah, give it here. And then we saw a movie together, all of us, like him and some of his crew and us and our crew. I forgot what the movie was, but I remember standing in line waiting to go in from the lobby into the theater, and him telling me that the riff for Metallica's Enter Sandman was stolen from some other. He named the band, he named the song. He's like, if you hear that song, that's the riff, and that was like that was the big song at the time in that era. And I'm like, interesting. So everything gets, Zero the Heroes now. Pretty famous.
That's a pretty famous split and grudge and what's it called? Thing on the shoulder. What is the terminology? What is it called when you have something on your shoulder? You have a
chip on your shoulder.
Thank you. You have a chip. He was a pretty big chip on his shoulder over that. I guess rightfully so.
He was doing pretty well for himself.
He was.
He was the big. Dave was definitely like the big cheese.
Right.
Like, everybody had to yes, Dave. Okay, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Like,
Mega Dave.
He was the big shot. And we kind of rolled with it in the beginning. And when he was cool, but as soon as that first show, I'm pretty sure it was the first show, but it was either the first show or very early on in the tour. We did 2 nights at the joint in Vegas, which is the Hard Rock Casino. It's the pyramid that shoots the really bright light straight up into space. We did the one show, and the next morning the newspaper came out with the entertainment section, and the headline was Misfits outshine Megadeth.
Oh
And there's
no.
a big picture of Michael, front page, and then down in the corner, like a little picture of Dave. Then we did the second show that night, and all of a sudden, everything changed. What used to be easy for us working with them and their crew was now us hitting a wall every time we turned around. Getting backstage passes for our guests, good luck. Good luck. Dave no longer he came and hang out with us and joked around. Everything changed. And for the rest of the tour, it was kind of like nails on a chalkboard. So at the end of that tour, Jerry found, just by chance, he was in a men's room and went to pull the paper towel out of the dispenser, and the thing, like the lid, like fell open, and inside was this massive roll of paper towels on a cardboard tube that looked like a huge roll of toilet paper. It was like proportionally, it was like, oh my God, it's a massive roll of toilet paper. So he took it, brought it back on the tour bus, and he's like, guys, this is what we're going to do. And he wrote on it, after a mega dump, we like to take a mega wipe. And all the band members and all the crew members signed it, and we put it in a box, and we shipped it to Dave. So,
ooh, shots fired.
Shots fired. Shots were fired.
mean, I've heard Jerry talk about this in relation to what happened with the Damned in '79. I heard him talk about this, and I mean, like he actually made a pretty good point. He was just basically saying he didn't bring up Megadeth, but I feel like I'm reminded of the Damned when I'm hearing you say what you said about Megadeth just now. It's just the idea of like, we're supposed to be like holding each other up.
Right.
Like, give us what we need to sound the best that we can, versus when they were on that Damn tour, they weren't really invited, or they were accommodated. And Joey's snare was from like the 1930s, and it like he put a hole in it after the first show, and he didn't have a new snare, and blah blah blah. And like the Damned were just, the management was giving him a hard time and stuff. And it just sounds like that's like a thing, not just with the Misfits. I mean, just in general, it's like with two bands, there's lots of politics, and it could be whether you're outshining the other guys, or maybe you're, just whatever the case may be, it creates friction.
A lot of it comes down to, I guess, I don't know, personality types or something, because we also toured with Anthrax. Cannibal Corpse, Anthrax, Misfits was a big tour for us. And Michael and John Bush, the singer for Anthrax, they pushed each other to do more and more. And John would like do some crazy high stage dive. So like the next night, Michael would be like, okay, well, I'm going up there. Like they literally would do shit that they shouldn't have done, just to kind of one up each other in a very friendly way.
Right.
They did it the right way, instead of being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck that. We gotta fuck those guys. We're gonna screw them over. I mean, we spoke about the last night of the tour shenanigans, and now it's just tradition that all the pranks and everything happen. So the last night of the Megadeth tour.
No, we did not. Tell me about that.
Didn't we talk about that?
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear it.
Well, that is a thing. The last night of every tour is when all the pranks and the shenanigans happen. The bands prank each other, because you've been in the trenches together for a month or two. Like there's a brotherhood, there's a camaraderie, hopefully, that is felt there. So the last night of the last show, Megadeth was on stage. We got a huge like industrial case of toilet paper rolls, and I think it was just Chud and I, or maybe one more guy, came out onto the stage while Megadeth was playing, and we had like I had like sunglasses, like Michael's top hat on, and like we had disguises, like we were like, they're not gonna know who we are. And we get up on stage, and we kick open this case of toilet paper and start launching them out into the crowd, and sure enough, they all came flying back. And by the time it was done, the stage was like a spaghetti bowl of toilet paper, as Dave was trying to play Angry Again or something.
Question. It's my understanding that Doyle is like a legendary prankster, that he just loves doing pranks of like filling up water, putting water in like trash bags and throwing it off the sides of like hotels, stuff like that. Do you ever remember him sort of getting down with like the prank, all this prank stuff?
I could see him doing stuff like that. I really could. I'm trying to think if I can remember anything specific. Really, I'll have to put some thought into that. But
Yeah.
I could see him doing that. Yeah.
I've heard that around. I heard some scuttlebutt around that he
Mhm.
was sort of like just really into pranks. Um, so that's what an interesting contrast between that tour versus that
Yeah.
tour.
Right.
And someone mentioned in the comments, it's true. It's not like the Misfits weren't headlining these
Right.
stadiums; they were just opening. But still, it's like stepping onto a bigger arena.
Yeah.
Emotionally, that must be like good for morale, right? On
Right.
some level.
Yeah.
Like validating in some kind of way. By the way, okay. So the album comes out, American Psycho comes out on in May of '97. You guys met Basil through Chiller Theater, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And at that point, he does the real. It's a great artwork, except for
he had done the
poster
Max's
inside.
Max's Kansas City Christmas, the shirt for Max's Kansas City show,
right?
The album that was never released. He did that first, and did he do anything prior to that? No. Then maybe the next thing was American Psycho.
And it's a great artwork. That's actually, the one thing I don't like about the artwork is the fact that it just says, it's still to this day, I think it just says poster inside on the thing. And I understand at the time, but like it kind of wish that it was like on the saran wrap and not on the actual.
Right.
I mean, I could imagine, I don't know whose decision that was, maybe it was Jerry or something, but
no,
it was poor oversight.
Yeah,
that would have been Geffen, not Jerry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
in the video where you see the painting of that and the eyes pop out, and Ken still has that painting, which is it's just the coolest thing. I've always wanted
that is really cool
in a house to have like one of those silly old paintings like that.
Does the eyes like actually
they're cut out? They
eyes
can
come out?
They can pop out from the back. Yeah.
That's really cool. That was going to be the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I think
so. We met Basil, and I would probably say Ed Repka through Chiller Theater, and ended up working with both of them. Both very talented, both great guys. First, Basil, may he rest in peace. I'm so sick of having to say that, but yeah, that's sad truth of things.
I interviewed Basil, and
Nice.
I asked him about the Misfits, and I'll never forget how I said, "Tell me about their haircuts," and he goes, "Oh, that braid." He called it a braid. I thought that was so great.
I showed him my painting of the hideous sun demon, and he was, bless his heart, he was very quick with the critique, as he should be, because he is the king, was the king. And he's like, I painted it green. He's like, it's the sun demon. He's red. And I'm like, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. I didn't piece that together myself. Shit.
Oh.
But I mean, it's a black and white movie. How the fuck?
I mean, come on.
But he's like, the way I painted it was just like a couple of shades of green for depth. And he's like, no, there should be purple here and yellow here and blah blah blah. And he's like, he's pointing at me. He's like, look at you've got blue here and purple under here. And I'm like, no wonder his paintings are so full of like random ass colors that you would never imagine would be in that picture. But when he does it, it works because he's actually seeing these colors in a spectrum that nobody else is seeing.
That's the perfect way to put it. He sees the colors in a spectrum that nobody else is seeing. And
he translates it for us, and holy shit, there it is.
Just an incredible talent. I feel grateful that I got to meet him as well.
Yeah,
honestly, cool. Just a legend. And then you guys do. So you were around for the two music video shoots. Were you there for those?
I was not there. No, those were done like in a weekend. I was still living in Virginia.
Gotcha.
At the 97, I was still living in Virginia, so that was a 5-hour drive just for me to come up here to do anything.
So at that time, by that time, John Cafiero has really like taken a more active role in the organization, and I don't know if he's managing the band officially by that time, but he's directing music videos.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he was management yet, because we still had the first guy whose name I can't remember. Then there was Brown Al, and then there was Cafiero, if my knowledge and memory serves me correctly.
And so Cafiero, was he like he had been a filmmaker before he had shot these videos?
Yeah.
And then
the first project he did, the first thing he ever did with the Misfits was have them appear on Big Money Hustlers, the movie that he was directing,
right,
for
Insane Clown Posse.
Thank you. Yes.
Which is what a weird sort of juxtaposition. Insane Clown Posse with the Misfits. Do Jerry and Doyle and the guys even know who they are at that time, or they're just like, hey, it's a movie, we're in a movie, cool?
I think we knew about Insane Clown Posse because one of our guys on the road, who's still a big player in the scene, Tim Bunch, was a huge fan of Insane Clown Posse, and I think he got them on all of our radar, so we knew.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it all started because Tim was a big wrestling fan too, and he had some Japanese, like a videotape of Japanese hardcore wrestling, like with Terry Funk and Mick Foley beating each other with barbed wire baseball bats and body slamming each other on piles of thumbtacks and just like smashing each other with fluorescent bulbs and like all this crazy shit. But it was the commentary was by the Insane Clown Posse, and it was freaking hilarious. They were calling Terry Funk like drunk Terry Flunk, and it was really it was so bad it was genius. So Tim got us like pretty steeped in Insane Clown Posse. We knew what was up. We knew all about Fat Sweaty Betty. It was a thing.
And what's interesting too is like, talk about like guys who go independent and sell so many fucking records.
Yeah.
I don't know when they went independent, but they go independent, and whatever that record, I don't know much about the Insane Clown Posse. I just know that they like to go whoop whoop. And were you there for that shoot as well? Or did you see any of that? The Insane Clown Posse shoot.
Dodged that bullet.
But they went independent and they sold a ton of records. I wonder what would have happened if the Misfits had I mean, obviously the prize was to go to Geffen or go somewhere and do it like professionally. Yeah. But like, I wonder what would have happened if like Jerry was like, nah, you know what? Let's do American Psycho independently. Let's just put it out ourselves and see what happens. I wonder how that would have done, man. I feel like
being on a label like Geffen gave the resurrected Misfits some clout that they wouldn't have had otherwise. I that's just my kind of feeling.
I'm sure, and that's the way it was in the 90s with record labels. However, in hindsight 2020, especially when you think about today, like right now, where like music is at right now, the idea of like having an album like American Psycho coming back and like, if it wasn't the 90s and putting out American Psycho yourself and then just touring, to support it, that like that you just would have could have made an even bigger splash. Raimi is in the house.
And he's talking about Campfire Stories. I remember Doyle wanted me to be the guy in Campfire Stories.
Really?
Yeah, but I'm nobody. They're like, no, we want. Did they get Mick Foley? No, was Mick Foley in that? They wanted Mick Foley.
I don't remember. Didn't that come out in 2001?
Like, talk to Tank. Like he'd be perfect for it, but they didn't want to.
What was the thing that they wanted you for in it?
The guy.
I don't even remember who the
bad guy in Campfire Stories, like the main guy, the guy telling the story. I'm sorry, I haven't watched the movie. but whoever the main guy is in there.
I have it. I just haven't seen it in 20
Same.
years.
Same. I have it. I haven't watched Panic Room.
David Johansen's in it.
Yeah.
David Johansen's in it as well.
Yep. We hung out with him in Spain on him and Scarlett were on a shuttle bus with us going back to a festival we were playing over there.
Wait. David Johansen and Scarlett
the New York
Johansson?
It was a 3-day festival. The New York Dolls headlined one night, the Misfits headlined the next night, and Iggy Pop headlined the third night.
Holy shit.
The night that the Dolls played, I think we went and hung out with them.
What year was this?
And Scarlett were there. I was the tour manager, so it was post 2003.
It would have to be because the Dolls came back in 2004.
I'm going to say it was like 2005, something maybe.
What a triple threat that is, man. Holy crap. I was actually about to ask you two things. Two additional things I was going to ask you. One, Chud and Jerry, they did some track for, or maybe it was all the Misfits. Maybe it was I Got It Right. They re-recorded I Got It Right, and that came out on an Iggy Pop tribute album.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about that at all going down? And they went to a party, a release party for it, and Iggy Pop was there, and Joan Jett was there, and yada yada yada. Joey was there, something like that.
That vaguely rings a bell.
I love it when that happens, when you just like have the
ding 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 ding,
something you don't think about for literally decades, and then suddenly someone says something and it sparks.
It makes me think of the New York Ranger song.
Interesting.
Which I mean, Michael was a huge hockey fan, and I'm pretty sure a Rangers fan. I don't really know hockey, but I'm pretty sure it was a Rangers fan. And there was a recording of him singing "I Want to Be a New York Ranger," but for some reason, the official version that came out was Cafiero singing, because why Michael didn't do it, I'm not sure. Very strange.
Before I ask you about this Halloween 2 plaque that I did not even know exists, I don't even know what that is. It sounds really interesting.
It is. It is
cool. Tell me about the sort of, I don't know if it's like, if it ever was, I know that Jerry knew Joey briefly in the 70s at some point, but when, like, at some point in the 90s, the Misfits and members of the Ramones, because the Ramones they retired in 96. I don't know if it was even before 96, but the Misfits and members of the Ramones, especially Joey and like Marky and, you know, Dee Dee, sometimes like everybody's all started to seem sort of like do stuff together. And Arturo eventually became the lighting director and stuff. When did you start to see the crossover between members of the Ramones and the Misfits in the 90s? Do you remember that?
We did a show in the city, a venue we'd never played before, never played again, very small place. And it was just like a one-off show. I came up just for that weekend, for that one show. I remember I was still doing merch, wasn't guitar taking it. Frankie Cheese was Doyle's tech at that time. And it was weird, like merch. I hardly sold anything that night. I just kind of sat there and didn't really do anything. It was like the CBGB's benefit show we did. I'm like, why did I even show up? I didn't sell anything at this show. But Joey came out and did he sing? I remember him coming up on stage. Did he sing with the band too?
I don't know. I
know he was there because I think the Independents opened for us, and that was his push. Marky, we first did a tour with Marky Ramone and the Intruders. That's how we first got introduced to Marky and then became really friendly just from touring with him. And then so how he came on board, I'm not entirely sure, but that was where it all started, was that one tour we did together, which was a lot of fun. And then Dee Dee, we never did anything at all with Johnny. He was kind of a hard ass, so he wouldn't have participated. Dee Dee I remember Dee Dee being at a show at a gig in Berlin at SO2, I think is the name of the venue.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been to that place.
Really? No shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
with Blitzkid. Yeah.
All right. He and his girlfriend or wife, I don't know which she was, they were in backstage in the dressing room. They're sitting on the couch, and there was a vent on the, like up high on the wall across the couch from him.
Tiny dressing room.
Oh yeah, yeah. And he was like freaking out. He's like, they're in there. They're watching me, and I know they can see me. We got to go. I'm like, Dee, what are you talking? Like, everything's cool, man. Don't worry, it's cool. No, I know they're in there. They're watching me. I'm like, okay, man. It was just like a little, like, it was hard being around him, and there was like a nervous energy that you couldn't squelch. But I don't think he did anything with us that night. He was just there. The only time I remember him doing anything was we did 2 nights at the Key Club in LA, and I was guitar tech at the time, and he came out to do 3 songs with us. But, Blitzkrieg Bop and I Want to Be Sid, like 3 big hits, all songs. Which, by the way, all the big hit, memorable Ramones songs were ones that Dee wrote. He was the one that had that idiot savant sort of disconnect to write those hit songs. So he just had 3 songs to play guitar and sing on. And there were 3 songs that he wrote that were all big hits, but he couldn't remember what they were. So I had to write their names really big with a Sharpie on a piece of paper and tape it to the back of his guitar. So before each song, he could look down, like lean his guitar out and look down and go, this one's called I Want to Be Sedated, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then play the song. And I go, this one's called Blitzkrieg Bop, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 nights in a row. Second night, I did the same thing. He couldn't remember what 3 songs they were. So
Wow.
he was an interesting character.
Well, his brain probably was saturated from a lot of chemicals, and just a lot of I know that he definitely had mental health situations and was medicated from those too, and that stuff definitely jumbles the brain.
Sure.
In various ways. You're taking this pill and that pill, and it just sort of, sometimes people's personalities like get dulled because of the medication.
I was
because it keeps
a few
them from
years ago
harming themselves.
Yeah. A few years ago, I was on some medication that dumbed me down so much that my memory wasn't working like it used to be. And luckily I'm not on those meds now, because obviously I'm pulling back details from decades ago. I couldn't do that while on this stuff. And 2, I had nothing to say. I'm sitting here talking for hours and hours, but on that medication, I'd be having a conversation with, like my wife, let's say, and I would listen to what she was saying. And in my head, I'd be thinking, I should probably say something just to let her know that I'm active, I'm listening, I heard her, but I can't think of anything to say. So I'm just not going to say anything. And I would just sit there quiet. Like I had literally nothing to say. Very, very unusual, very strange. So yeah, I get that. I totally get that.
You know what, man? It's like, it's just one of those weird things where, like, again, hey, just out there, people, not a doctor, not telling you what you should do. Nothing that I say right now should be taken seriously. I'm just commentating on my own experience and from what I've seen from others. I just want to put that out there. Not suggesting that anybody should or should not do these things, but I've definitely been in the vicinity of people who have a desire to want to get off those medications, even though those very medications,
I'm glad I'm off them,
but they're like keeping that person from doing something really dangerous.
They kept me alive when I needed them.
Right.
They kept me alive.
Right. But the desire to get off them was like a catch-22, because it's like, okay, I'm safe. I'm not hurting myself, or I'm not hurting anybody else. But at the same time, my personality, my emotions, everything is stifled. I'm not who I am. So it's like this weird thing where it's like, I don't want to hurt myself or other people, or like whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. And at the same time, like, I'm not like, I'm a shell of a person on this stuff. It's like it's tough, man. It's so tough. And it's like, I don't know what the right answer is. And again, I just want to put it out there. I'm not telling anybody that they should or should not do anything. All I'm saying is that I'm not a doctor, and that I've seen that sort of thing. I just want to put that out there.
So Johnny and Tommy were the only 2 that I never worked. I mean, not including like Richie and CJ,
right,
Clem Burke, or any of those other guys. I think Jimmy Destry was the only Blondie member I worked. I never met Clem, but so I'm kind of glad I didn't work with Johnny, because from what I heard, he was kind of like he was the hard ass of the band.
Yeah.
The passenger seat in the van, that was known as the Johnny seat.
Right.
Nobody was allowed to sit in the passenger
Right.
seat except Johnny. And
Right.
so when Marky came to work with us, it was imperative to him that he sat in the passenger.
He wanted that seat.
And that was a big deal for him to finally be able to sit in the.
Did Jerry didn't give a shit, right? Did he care?
None of us. We all like what? Yeah, that's great, Marky. Like we were
right. Nobody gave a shit, but he.
Yeah,
I might have being in that van
once and actually sat in the seat, and I did. I hopped in the seat because I knew he was coming, and he's like, "Come on, get out of my seat." And I'm like, "No, I'm sitting here." And he tried to like reach in to grab me, but he jammed his finger on the top of the door. So he's like, son of a bitch. And that I was just started laughing at that point. I'm like, all right, come on, sit down. I don't give a shit where I sit. I'm just
I figured. It's just interesting how much overlap there was. Like not overlap, but like that there just was a lot of sort of shared bonds in the 90s in various different ways, whether it was jumping on at each other's shows or whatever. And can you put this to rest, this not rumor, but like sort of like this sort of thing that like after Chud and Michael left, how serious was the talk of Joey and Marky coming in as permanent replacements before Joey got sick? Was this ever truly entertained, or was this just sort of like not serious talk? Like, tell me about that.
I remember the night Michael and the night things fell apart. I'm not going to point fingers at who left or who did what.
Right.
But the night things fell apart was at a show at the House of Blues in Orlando.
Right.
The next night we played Fort Lauderdale, and Joey Image was from Fort Lauderdale, and he was at that show. And I know Goat was like Goat, amazing drummer, like sticking behind the drum kit, be like, Goat, play Flight of the Bumblebee. Okay, you know, there's like nothing the dude couldn't play. But did Joey come up and did he drum that night? I don't remember.
I believe he did, and there's a recording of it.
He probably did a few songs.
They played horror business. They were in a serious jam.
Mm-hmm.
They played horror business era songs, and they needed him. I mean, it wasn't just a guest spot. It was like, we're in a jam and we need somebody. Oh, hey, here's an original member of the Misfits.
Right.
And Joey came up, and you can hear. I have the recording. It's quite something else.
Okay.
And I don't think
I was there. You think I remember it? Like,
right?
Wow.
Okay. Ramey says it was 7 songs. He says they did 7 songs off the top of their head.
Okay.
Joe says that Joey did play with them at either CBGB's.
Oh, that's right. At the CBGB, I forgot about the CBGB.
Okay, tell us about that.
I was in the freaking merch closet, so I didn't actually get to see what was happening on the stage. But yeah, that was all the CBGB's benefit. That's right.
So Joey Image also came up or Joey Ramone.
Joey Ramone.
Oh, it was Joey Ramone. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 Joeys at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I got very confused. We started talking about Joey Image.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this idea that Joey Ramone and Marky Ramone would have taken over for Michael and Chud, and it literally would have been half and half.
Yes, I vaguely remember that being spoken about at that time, and I guess we ended up going the route of, what did we do? Goat and Zoli? Was that
maybe Ramey? If Ramey or Joe could chime in here as well to help fill in this gap, because we're getting ahead of ourselves, you guys.
Yeah,
I can't.
Guys, come on, the list. No.
let's if they answer, they answer. Let's move on to this Halloween 2 plaque, so we can knock another one off the list, which is only going to get longer for the next goddamn show, because now we're going from 99. We're going to go from 1998, and 1998. There's a lot to talk about from 1998 all the way. I guess we should go till 2001, maybe. But let's talk about the Halloween 2 plaque.
Okay. So, Saber Inc. was the Misfits resin model kit company. Just like with the Fiend Club, Ken was pretty much the guy in charge of that. He and I worked together. He would sculpt, I would paint. He handled all the mail order stuff. Interesting fact about Misfits mail order.
Yeah.
I say that I live in Vernon, which is where the Misfits were based out of. I'm actually in Glenwood, which used to be called North Vernon, but it eventually got enough population that it got its own zip code and was renamed Glenwood. But I live in the Vernon Valley Lake neighborhood, so it's all Vernon. It's all Vernon Township. So the Fiend Club was P.O. Box 310, I think it was, Vernon, New Jersey, 07462. That was where the mail came into when people would send in, like when I wrote into Jerry, hey, where's my shit, dude? I sent it to P.O. Box 310, Doyle Fan Club, which rolled over to the Fiend Club. But all of the outgoing mail, because Ken was in charge of the Fiend Club, he actually lived right over the border in Pine Island, New York. So his closest post office was the Glenwood, or quote unquote North Vernon post office, which when I first came up here was literally a trailer in the middle of a field. That's how podunk this area, how quaint, I guess is a nicer term.
Quaint's good.
Quaint. It's just so quaint.
Right.
That all of the newsletters and all of the merchandise that the Fiend Club sold or sent out all went out through the Glenwood post office, through this little tiny trailer in a field. When there was enough money in the state budget in New Jersey for Trenton, the capital of New Jersey, to say, okay, we're going to revamp one post office. Let's take a look at what post office has the highest outgoing mail per capita. Oh, it's clearly Glenwood, New Jersey. Look at those numbers. Glenwood, New Jersey now has a very nice. Now it's been there for a long time at this point. It has a very nice post office that actually has a hand scanner. You can, if you have a PO box there, you can access it 24 hours a day by putting your hand on this scanner, and it like beep beep beep, and you put in your code, and you go in 3:00 in the morning. Doesn't matter. You get your mail. Very, very nice facility. That is all thanks to the Misfits Fiend Club.
Wow,
You're
really?
welcome, Glenwood. You're welcome.
But what does that have to do with the Samhain, with the Halloween 2?
Anyway, yeah. So all the. I'm getting to that, Jeff. I'm getting to that.
Go, do it.
But first, there were these eggplants, and what happened? So all the Saber inks, all the mail order stuff for all the Saber models, everything went out through the Glenwood post office. So hence that story. So it wasn't just Fiend Club. Saber ink. Ken would sculpt, I would paint, and different people would do the molds and the casting depending on who was alive. It was originally Sean McLaughlin. May he rest in peace. I should get a freaking recording and play that. Oh my God.
Have a button.
Yeah. Became somebody else after a while. Anyway, so Ken did the Earth AD plaque, sculpted that, came out incredible. That was like big and kind of thin, where the pus head, the evil eye plaque, was smaller but really thick. Like this thing was a brick. You could knock somebody out with this fucking thing. And then there was the Halloween plaque. We called it the Halloween 2 plaque. I'm not sure why, but typical plaque. I think the border was like little skulls and bones. But the main image was the Crimson Ghost in a like kind of like a relief. So the Crimson Ghost came out, and like there was a full moon and maybe some clouds that were kind of raised up, so you knew like what to paint where. There was a silhouette of like a dead tree and maybe some tombstones in the background or something like that. But the Crimson Ghost's hands came out to you, and in his hands he was holding a separate jack-o'-lantern.
Ooh.
And so I painted that. He brought this to Chiller Theater, whatever year the Manimals played Chiller Theater was the year. 99 or 2000.
Oh,
yeah, somewhere in that era, because that was the one time I got to see the Manimals, one of the best shows I've ever been to. Great band, love those guys. But so I painted this thing up, and it was the Halloween show.
Renfield,
Zoli and the other drummer, Renfield. Whoa!
Wait, save it for later.
Renfield.
Save it for later. Yes, we'll talk about. I want to know.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it. Talk about it.
So I painted up this Halloween too. I did a lot of washes, like in the night sky, and then dry brushed the pumpkin with the orange and everything. Did the washes in the Crimson Ghost's cloak. It looked amazing, but it never went into production. I think Saber kind of shut down, and we stopped doing the models at that point. I don't. Maybe Kenny and Jerry had a fight over this. I don't know why, but it just never happened. The Helen Blazes model that's Ken sculpted, and I was given a couple of the prototypes to paint up, and I was going to put actual like fishnet on her legs as her stockings. That never got produced. The Crimson Ghost bust, it was supposed to be a little, just a bust that like sat on the top of your computer monitor holding a Cyclotrode X ray gun kind of thing.
That's pretty cool.
Never got produced. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm looking at your list real quick. Because we're so close. At 10 minutes, we're going to end this. We might as well round it off to a nice 4 hours. Right?
Sure we are, Jeff. Sure we are.
Because that's what's happening. And then we're gonna end this because it's a school night, people. It's a school night.
It is. Some of us have to be like director of sales tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So so pick between these: Lightning Teenagers, Caroline Interview.
We covered that. That was the thing I wrote and mailed in, and they actually wrote it,
right,
filled it out, and mailed it back.
Okay, we got that.
Yep.
Tank, we did a lot of these. You are stressing over nothing. We got through so many of these, man. I mean, really, truly. What's Lightning Teenagers?
Okay. In 1986, 87, maybe, when we were first getting into like really hardcore loving the Misfits, my buddy Steve Lucas once again, he'd come over to my house, he'd set up his drum kit in my garage. I think he might have kept it set up there for a while. His buddy Matt from school played guitar, and I played bass, and I had a recording. I recorded Lightning that we would play at the beginning before we started playing London Dungeon, but I did that because the recording I had of Teenagers, the Static Age version of Teenagers, was on such a bad dub of a cassette that there was so much hiss and stuff that when the tape actually like kind of kicked in, it sounded like dun, 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 dun. And it was actually pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like it had this on. That's why we're like, dude, we got to do that. So we thought that's how Teenagers started. So that's how we started our version of London Dungeon. But that's how bad shit was back then. Like the copy you got could have been 12th generation. You didn't know. There was this one guy that I think my buddy Stuart Lincook found him. He was another fan from Chantilly High School. This guy, his gig was trading tapes, trading demos, trading live shows for like every kind of band, not just Misfits or not just hardcore or whatever. Like he had a whole wall of cassette tapes in his bedroom that was all like rare oddities of everything. And supposedly he was talking to Stuart. I'm pretty sure it was Stuart. And he's like, yeah, man, I got this. He had something that he referred to as the Mercury demos. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Steve, you're still awake. I'm so sorry. The Mercury demos. So this guy had stuff that we thought we had never heard. Maybe we had never heard. and we were going to work out like he would only trade with you, like you had to give him something to get something.
Right.
One of those deals. And we were going to do that, and then he had an electrical fire in his bedroom. Everything gone. Everything gone.
Wait, the Mercury demos. So would that would have been Static Age material, maybe? Because Mercury Records, aka Blank Records. I mean, who knows?
Yes, I don't know.
Who knows? Ramy Stein here says that January 12th, 2001 show was canceled, and that would have been Joey Ramone on vocals, Jerry on bass, Doyle guitar, and Marky on drums. Canceled due to Joey's ailments kicking up.
2001. That would have been the time frame, because it was 2000 that the things fell apart.
They fell apart in October of 2000, and then Joey passed away in April of 2001.
Yeah.
So that this would have been, before he broke his hip, but obviously ailing.
Yeah.
And yeah, dude. I mean, it would have been like half Misfits, half Ramones. That would have been insane.
We still did half Misfits, half Ramones, just with Marky drumming and Jerry singing.
Right. I mean, I think that's about as good as proof as any. The fact that Joey did used to get up and sing from, every once in a while. And the fact that Marky eventually, was drumming for the band kind of says it all, that it kind of, that's an alternative what if sort of thing in that kind of way. We still have 5 minutes until 4 hours. Let's pick out another one of these. Tell me about Doyle. You said Doyle's back used to go out or something. What happened with Doyle's back?
Yeah. Doyle has, or at least had, I don't know if it still ails him or not, serious back problems, like debilitating back problems.
Wow.
And in the very early days of getting the band back together, Jerry called me, or I think he faxed me, actually.
Yeah.
That Doyle's back was out and that the Misfits were going to need a new guitarist.
Wait, what year was this?
This would have been like 95, before going back on tour, before things were like launched again. And I remember telling Jerry, I was like, man, I picked the wrong instrument to learn. I became a bass player instead of a guitar player. And Jerry actually said, like, he and I together would have been like a legendary combo. And I was like, that would have been cool. So it was such a thing that I even made a postcard. I remember using like a tombstone graphic and putting on there that the Misfits were looking for a new guitarist. And when Michael's girlfriend Rachel first started running the Fiend Club, she was talking to me about some.
Don't you just hate it when that happens? I am so sorry, people. And right before we're done, right before we're finishing up, this has to happen.
That's the internet saying, all right, your time's up.
It really is. What you were talking about, here's what I last heard. You were talking about in 1995, before we got broken up. So in 1995, Doyle's back was so degenerative or bad on some level.
Really?
Guitar for the band?
Okay. Yes. So, yeah, Jerry and I spoke about it on the phone. I mentioned to him, like, man, it kind of sucks that I became a bass player instead of a guitar player. And Jerry actually commenting, like, yeah, you and I would have been, like, an epic pairing. And I was like, wow, that was pretty fucking cool. But I actually started working on a postcard that I used a blank tombstone as the graphic that's saying, like, wanted, guitars for the Misfits or whatever it was. And then when Michael's girlfriend Rachel was first getting the Fiend Club up and running with the database and everything, she was talking to me about a postcard. So I sent her a copy of this thing because it was the last thing I just talked to Jerry about. And she was like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this? We don't need Doyle's the guitar. Like, oh, okay. I was just told differently. We wanted the postcard for like going on tour or something like that. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just doing what I'm told. So that was apparently a thing.
Wow.
I think the fax said, hey, John, Doyle's back is out, in parentheses, yeah, right. Listen, I need you to make a postcard saying we need a new guitarist or something like that. Like, I don't know if Jerry didn't believe him or he thought he was playing a fast one or whatever the dealings was. But apparently he pulled through. But it is true. Doyle has had very serious back issues. I don't know if it's like I said, I don't know if he's nipped it in the bud and everything's okay now, but back in the day, it was a thing. Definitely a thing.
That's really interesting. It makes me wonder, like, I know that, I mean, Jerry does have a history of, like, if you're not playing ball or, like, I need to keep the wheels moving. Like, okay, I'll just get another guy. I mean, look what happened with Mike Hideous and Michael Graves. I wonder if that's a very early version of some argument. And hey, I'm gonna, I'll just find another guitar player then if you're not gonna, that sort of thing. And then gets dropped just as quickly because of whatever. Oh, Raimi says that he had a surgery. There you go.
Oh yeah, Doyle. Yeah, Doyle definitely had surgery.
Surgery.
Had procedures and stuff done. And I can remember just being on the tour bus and him having to lay on his stomach with like his arm hanging over the side, like something to like relieve the pressure on his back. And yeah, it definitely being a thing.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. And you know what? We're going to put a pin in our ongoing conversation right there. This is where we leave off. So I know when I play back, I can I'll look and I'll just know that we finished up the year 1997 for the most part. And we will be moving into the year 1998, as well as we'll have an even longer list of Tank's magical memories. That's what we're going to call it, the list of Tank's magical memories.
We never even got to the day the Teenagers from Mars acetate arrived and the
oh my God, we have to talk about how you got it signed. That's a fucking story. Oh my God, that's such a good story. Oh shit.
So let's pick up there.
We'll pick up there. That's where it's going to be. So we'll start.
Continued.
And I want to, let's do like a full rundown of like what the Misfits Bible was. Like we didn't actually talk about that, like how it was different from like, the email list, how email chains worked and stuff. I mean, it's really sort of interesting early internet stuff. So I definitely want to check that out. Guys, I'd like to thank Tank so much for being so generous with his time. You had to wait a really long time for part 2, but I think it was worth it because we did 4 hours. So, like it's pretty good. I mean, if you have 7.5 hours to kill, you can listen to the first.
Holy crap. You can listen to Jeff Freeze.
He saw Spawn with Mega Dave. So you saw Spawn? You saw Spawn with Mega Dave?
That's what apparently? It was. We saw Spawn. That's right. We saw Spawn. Yep. Kind of forgettable.
So we'll be back with Tank. Him and I will talk, and my schedule will be interesting, but we're going to figure it out. I'm going to play my little Patreon thing. Tank, I need you to stay for 2 extra minutes while this thing uploads to the server. I'm so sorry. It's just the way it is. And then everybody say thank you to Tank. And again, if you like this stuff, please make sure to subscribe to the channel, like this video, leave a comment, buy a coffee, join the Patreon, do any of these things. These help support, buy a t-shirt, all of these things support the creation of these shows and keep this stuff going. What is the Patreon, you might ask? Well, let me tell you a little bit about it. Oh, you're going to find out in 2 seconds. In the meantime, we say peace.
Thanks, guys.
And hair grease and Patreon.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple.
There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.